Zhang Yunqing answered into the microphone. I finally found the written document of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations today, and I just gave it to Mr. Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group. Now I am going to send you a copy. Where are you? Huang Yuandong replied on the phone, I'm in the coffee shop next to Nanshan Courtyard. Call me when you arrive and I'll just come out and get it. How long does it take to get there? Zhang Yunqing replied, at your location, if there is no traffic jam, it should take about 10 minutes. Huang Yuandong replied, okay, then hurry up and come here early. My work here will be over soon, and I have to go somewhere else. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll be there soon. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Huang Yuandong to hang up the phone, he quickly closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove the car relatively smoothly to the destination designated by Director Huang Yuandong, the cafe next to Nanshan Courtyard. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at his destination on time, he took out his mobile phone and called Huang Yuandong and said, Mr. Huang, I have arrived at the door of the coffee shop next to Nanshan Courtyard. The car has double flashes. Huang Yuandong replied, wait a few minutes. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Yunqing turned off the car, took a copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document, opened the car door, and stood by the car quietly waiting for Huang Yuandong. Huang Yuandong's few minutes turned into an hour. After Huang Yuandong walked out of the cafe next to Nanshan Villa, he raised his head and scanned the surroundings. He found Zhang Yunqing walking around on the roadside, so he quickly walked towards Zhang Yunqing's location and said, Zhang Yunqing anyway, I thought I could get it done quickly, but it took me a long time to get it done during the intermission. I kept you waiting. Zhang Yunqing handed the document in his hand to Huang Yuandong and said politely, it's okay, Mr. Huang, you are so busy, I am embarrassed to bother you. I just got this document, Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations, from the Audit Bureau today. No one has finished reading this document. Please arrange for your supervision cost personnel to study this contract document as soon as possible. Our seedling valuation must be handled in accordance with the process specified in this document. Huang Yuandong replied, okay, I will receive the document first, and we will contact you to discuss the content of this document another day. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then I'll leave first. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing said goodbye to Huang Yuandong, he got on the bus and called Huatia's cost manager Qin Wenhao and asked, Manager Qin, I have a document that I need to send to you. Do you not have it in the office? Tan Wenhao replied on the phone, I'm in the project department's office. How long will it take for you to arrive? Zhang Yunqing made some calculations in his mind and replied, it will take about 20 or 30 minutes. Tan Wenhao replied on the phone, okay, come here. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Tan Wenhao to hang up the phone, he drove to the Nanshan Project Department office where Tan Wenhao was located. Half an hour later, Zhang Yunqing arrived at the project department of Huatai, the general contractor of the Nanshan project. After parking the car, he took a copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document and got out of the car to Tan Wenhao's office. Zhang Yunqing handed the document in his hand to Qin Wenhao and said hello, Manager Qin, this is the document I want to send you, a copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations. I think you need this document. After taking the document from Zhang Yunqing, Qin Wenhao asked, oh, is this Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document the price recognition document agreed in our general contract? Zhang Yunqing replied succinctly, yes. Tan Wenhao asked, where did you find this last document? Zhang Yunqing replied, I found it in the Fixed Asset Investment Management section of the Audit Bureau. Tan Wenhao replied, okay, thank you. Zhang Yunqing replied, you're welcome. By the way, have you received your project progress payment? Qin Wenhao replied, I heard from Jingchuang that it was paid, but the finance department has not told us whether the project department has received the payment. Zhang Yunqing replied, I also heard from Mr. Tao that the progress payment is paid to the general contractor. I will also trouble your company to pay me and click on it in time. Qin Wenhao asked, the failure to provide the original invoice in time has something to do with it. When will the original invoice be provided to us? Zhang Yunqing replied, we have sent the financial teller of the project department back to Kyoto. She is on a flight from Nanshan to Kyoto this morning. Her task is to collect all the invoices for our 3 garden landscape bidding sections and then deliver them to you. The designated recipient at your headquarters. Qin Wenhao replied, you must grasp the time. If we do not receive the original invoice, it will be impossible for our finance to pay. Now Mr. Yao has arranged for me to initiate the payment process for the 3 of you. Zhang Yunqing said to Tan Wenhao with a smile, okay, thank you, Manager Qin, for taking care of me. Once our invoice is delivered, I will report the situation to you immediately. Qin Wenhao replied, yes. As long as I receive the original invoice, I can urge you for payment normally. After Zhang Yunqing said goodbye to Tan Wenhao politely, he drove back to the downstairs of the Nanshan Project Department office where he was working. Zhang Yunqing remembered that there were still 2 units that had no contact. He took out his mobile phone, found Zhuang Zhiren's phone number in the address book and dialed it. Mr. Zhuang, I have retrieved the fixed asset investment management regulations stipulated in our contract. You can arrange it. When people are empty, come and get it from me. Zhuang Zhiren replied on the phone, we have no one at the on-site office in the morning. Will you be there in the afternoon? Zhang Yunqing replied, I may have a meeting in the afternoon. If you come and can't find me in the office, just ask Li Xishuan to get this document. I'll say hello to Xiao Li. Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay, I will arrange for someone to come to your Li workers in the afternoon to get the documents. Thank you. Zhang Yunqing replied, you're welcome, and hung up the phone. Zhang Yunqing continued to search for Yu Linfei's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone. After finding it, he dialed it and said, Mr. Yu, I have retrieved the fixed asset investment management regulations stipulated in our contract. You can arrange it. When people are empty, come and get it from me. Yu Linfei asked on the phone, this document is very important to us. We have been looking for it for a long time and have not found it. Can I come and get it now? Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, you can just come to the scene and pick it up from me in my office. Yu Linfei replied, wait for me, I will be in your office soon. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll wait for you in my office. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office with the remaining 3 copies of the fixed asset investment management regulations, and called Li Xishuan over to make arrangements. Xiao Li, take this fixed asset investment management regulations document. Make 5 more copies. 1 for you to review when you are free, 1 for Yu Dongjin to review, 1 for material purchaser Wang Ming to review, 1 for nursery stock purchaser Yu Xingjie to review, and 1 for project manager Zhou Wenchengzhao. The general manager will check it out. For the 6th document, General Manager Zhuang of Daotong Company will send someone to pick it up in the afternoon. Li Xishuan replied with a confused look on her face, Mr. Zhang, I can't remember so many people. What should I do? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, there is note paper and pen here. You can pull a piece of paper and record it. I will say it again. Li Xishuan quickly took the paper and pen and said, Mr. Zhang, please tell me again who these copies need to be distributed to. Zhang Yunqing continued, okay, I'll say it again. You have to be clear. I will give you 1 copy and ask you to make 5 more copies. In total, you will have 6 copies of the fixed asset investment management regulations in your hand, right? Right. Good. Leave 1 for yourself to review when you are free, 1 for Yu Dongjin to review, 1 for material purchaser Wang Ming to review, 1 for nursery stock purchaser Yu Xingjie to review, and 1 for project manager Zhou Wenqing to review. The 6th document was sent by Mr. Zhuang of Daotong Company in the afternoon to pick it up. Did you write it down? You repeat it again. Write it down. Leave one for yourself to review when you are free, one for Yu Donjin to review, one for material procurement Wang Ming to review, and one for project manager Zhou Wenqing to review. The sixth document was sent by Mr. Zhuang of Daotong Company in the afternoon to pick it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, how did I only count 5 people? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, your memory is really not very good. Take another look and see if Yu Xingjie, who purchased seedlings, is missing. Li Shixuan smiled awkwardly and replied, well, it is true that Yu Xingjie is missing. I made it up. There are 6 people involved in total. Mr. Zhang, why do you have such a good memory? Who can remember so much? Zhang Yunqing replied, this is not because I have a good memory, but the principle of my arrangement is that everyone in our business and the project manager must have a share, and I have an extra share of mine, which I have kept. There is another copy outside from Daotong Company. So I can remember it clearly. Li Shixuan replied, oh, so that's it. Then I'll go make copies. Zhang Yunqing replied, remember that after copying, you must hand it to the relevant people as soon as possible. Remind everyone to read it early. This document is to guide us on how to complete the appraisal of our materials. At present, the urgent need for appraisal is price recognition for seedlings. Li Shixuan replied, okay. Then she went to copy the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document. Zhang Yunqing stood up, holding a copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations in his hand, and was about to go to Zhao Manfu to report the situation. At this time, Yu Linfei walked into the office and shouted from afar, Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Zhang Yunqing replied, I am about to go to the leader to report the price recognition. Come and get your documents quickly. As he spoke, Zhang Yunqing turned around and picked up another copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations on his desk. When Yu Linfei came around, he handed it to him and said, Mr. Yu, after you take this document back, and promptly arrange relevant personnel to study. I found this document at the Audit Bureau. I heard from the Audit Bureau that this document is quite complicated. I wanted to ask him to explain it to me, but the other party refused at the time, clearly stating that we needed to learn it first and then talk to him again if we didn't understand. Yu Linfei replied, okay, I am so anxious to get this document because I want to understand the process as soon as possible. Let's find a suitable time to discuss the specific matters. 000 Literature. Thanks. I go first. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, let's go, I'll take you to the door of the office. Yu Linfei replied sheepishly, Mr. Zhang, there is no need to be so polite. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's okay, I should give it to you as a gift. As the two walked towards the door of the office, Zhang Yunqing said to Yu Linfei, Mr. Yu, please walk slowly. Yu Linfei replied, okay, and left the office area where Zhang Yunqing was. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with the document and reported to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, look at the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document, I have already obtained it. Zhao Manfu took the document handed over by Zhang Yunqing and looked through it while asking, how long have you been looking for this document, and you just found it now? It's strange that it is such a hard-to-find document. Where did you find it? Zhang Yunqing replied, I finally went to the unit that prepared the documents and found it. Zhao Manfu asked, oh, is it the Audit Bureau on the cover who came to find it? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, I found it by going to the Fixed Asset Investment Management section of the Audit Bureau. I was lucky today. The only person I happened to meet was the person who prepared this document. What do you think? What a coincidence. Zhao Manfu laughed and scolded, oh, I didn't expect that you still have such shitty luck. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, if you are lucky, there will be nothing you can do. Zhao Manfu asked, have you read it? Zhang Yunqing replied, in the process of sending documents to other units, when there was waiting time, I simply read it for a while and felt that I still didn't understand it. It is indeed as Li Gong of the Audit Bureau said, the provisions of this document are it's a little complicated. Zhao Manfu said, is a management document as complicated as you say? Please put a copy here with me and I will study it. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I will give you this document. I will go back to the office to study this document carefully. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office, returned to his own office, and said to Li Xishuan, who was copying documents, Xiao Li, please make another copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document that I arranged for you to copy. Li Xishuan asked, how long has it been? Why do you need to make another copy? Zhang Yunqing replied, there is no way, and I didn't mean it. I just brought the copy left to me to report the situation to Mr. Zhao, but he heard that this document was more complicated, so he insisted on letting me keep it. Give him one copy, so I don't have this document in my hand now. Li Xishuan replied, okay, first make the first 5 copies, and then print a complete copy. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, after you copy the first 5 copies, sort out one copy for me to see first. Li Xishuan replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office with the remaining 3 copies of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations, and called Li Xishuan over to make arrangements. Xiao Li, take this Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document. Make 5 more copies. One for you to review when you are free, one for you Donjin to review, one for material purchaser Wang Ming to review, one for nursery stock purchaser Yu Xingjie to review, and one for project manager Zhou Wenchengzhao. The general manager will check it out. For the 6th document, General Manager Zhuang of Daotong Company will send someone to pick it up in the afternoon. Li Xishuan replied with a confused look on her face, Mr. Zhang, I can't remember so many people. What should I do? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, there is note paper and pen here. You can pull a piece of paper and record it. I will say it again. Li Xishuan quickly took the paper and pen and said, Mr. Zhang, please tell me again who these copies need to be distributed to. Zhang Yunqing continued, okay, I'll say it again. You have to be clear. I will give you 1 copy and ask you to make 5 more copies. In total, you will have 6 copies of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations in your hand, right? Right. Good. Leave 1 for yourself to review when you are free, 1 for you Donjin to review, 1 for material purchaser Wang Ming to review, 1 for nursery stock purchaser Yu Xingjie to review, and 1 for project manager Zhou Wenqing to review. The 6th document was sent by Mr. Zhuang of Daotong Company in the afternoon to pick it up. Did you write it down? You repeat it again. Write it down. Leave 1 for yourself to review when you are free, 1 for you Donjin to review, 1 for material procurement Wang Ming to review, and 1 for project manager Zhou Wenqing to review. The 6th document was sent by Mr. Zhuang of Daotong Company in the afternoon to pick it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, how did I only count 5 people? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, your memory is really not very good. Take another look and see if Yu Xingjie, who purchased seedlings, is missing. Li Xishuan smiled awkwardly and replied, well, it is true that Yu Xingjie is missing. I made it up. There are 6 people involved in total. Mr. Zhang, why do you have such a good memory? Who can remember so much? Zhang Yunqing replied, this is not because I have a good memory, but the principle of my arrangement is that everyone in our business and the project manager must have a share, and I have an extra share of mine, which I have kept. There is another copy outside from Daotong Company. So I can remember it clearly. Li Xishuan replied, oh, so that's it. Then I'll go make copies. Zhang Yunqing replied, remember that after copying, you must hand it to the relevant people as soon as possible. Remind everyone to read it early. This document is to guide us on how to complete the appraisal of our materials. At present, the urgent need for appraisal is price recognition for seedlings. Li Xishuan replied, okay. Then she went to copy the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document. Zhang Yunqing stood up, holding a copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations in his hand, and was about to go to Zhao Manfu to report the situation. At this time, Yu Linfei walked into the office and shouted from afar, "Mr. Zhang, where are you going?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I am about to go to the leader to report the price recognition. Come and get your documents quickly." As he spoke, Zhang Yunqing turned around and picked up another copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations on his desk. When Yu Linfei came around, he handed it to him and said, "Mr. Yu, after you take this document back, and promptly arrange relevant personnel to study. I found this document at the Audit Bureau. I heard from the Audit Bureau that this document is quite complicated. I wanted to ask him to explain it to me, but the other party refused at the time, clearly stating that we needed to learn it first and then talk to him again if we didn't understand." Yu Linfei replied, "Okay, I am so anxious to get this document because I want to understand the process as soon as possible. Let's find a suitable time to discuss the specific matters." 000 Literature. "Thanks. I go first." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, let's go, I'll take you to the door of the office." Yu Linfei replied sheepishly, "Mr. Zhang, there is no need to be so polite." Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's okay, I should give it to you as a gift." As the two walked towards the door of the office, Zhang Yunqing said to Yu Linfei, "Mr. Yu, please walk slowly." Yu Linfei replied, "Okay," and left the office area where Zhang Yunqing was. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with the document and reported to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, look at the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document, I have already obtained it." Zhao Manfu took the document handed over by Zhang Yunqing and looked through it while asking, "How long have you been looking for this document, and you just found it now? It's strange that it is such a hard-to-find document. Where did you find it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I finally went to the unit that prepared the documents and found it." Zhao Manfu asked, "Oh, is it the Audit Bureau on the cover who came to find it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, I found it by going to the Fixed Asset Investment Management section of the Audit Bureau. I was lucky today. The only person I happened to meet was the person who prepared this document. What do you think? What a coincidence." Zhao Manfu laughed and scolded, "Oh, I didn't expect that you still have such shitty luck." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "If you are lucky, there will be nothing you can do." Zhao Manfu asked, "Have you read it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "In the process of sending documents to other units, when there was waiting time, I simply read it for a while and felt that I still didn't understand it. It is indeed as Li Gong of the Audit Bureau said, the provisions of this document are it's a little complicated." Zhao Manfu said, "Is a management document as complicated as you say? Please put a copy here with me and I will study it." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. I will give you this document. I will go back to the office to study this document carefully." Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office, returned to his own office, and said to Li Xishuan, who was copying documents, "Xiao Li, please make another copy of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document that I arranged for you to copy." Li Xishuan asked, "How long has it been? Why do you need to make another copy?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "There is no way, and I didn't mean it. I just brought the copy left to me to report the situation to Mr. Zhao, but he heard that this document was more complicated, so he insisted on letting me keep it. Give him one copy, so I don't have this document in my hand now." Li Xishuan replied, "Okay, first make the first 5 copies, and then print a complete copy." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, after you copy the first 5 copies, sort out one copy for me to see first." Li Xishuan replied, "Okay." After Zhang Yunqing finished communicating with Li Xishuan, he remembered that Huatye's cost manager Qin Wenhao was urging for invoices, so he took out his mobile phone, found the phone number of financial cashier Tang Ying in the phone address book, dialed her and said, "Tang Ying, Manager Qin from the general contractor was urging me to get invoices from the 3 of us this morning. He said that if he couldn't get the original invoice, it would be impossible for his company's finance department to pay us the progress payment. I promised him that if the invoice was delivered to the designated recipient at the Huatai headquarters, I would report it to him in time. How is your invoice going now? Tang Ying answered anxiously on the phone, Mr. Zhang, the invoice matter has not progressed yet. I have just arrived at the financial leader and am going to ask the leader to help me coordinate the stamping of the special financial seal. Zhang Yunqing replied on the phone, okay, then after your invoice is sorted out, just tell me in time. You go about it first. After Tang Ying heard Zhang Yunqing hung up the phone, she put the phone away and said to Tang Yulan from finance, Sister Tang, look at this matter of invoice stamping, the project department was so anxious that I came to you, Zhang, I'm always calling to ask for the results. Tang Yulan took the invoice handed over by Tang Ying and said, I was originally responsible for stamping the invoice, but I have more things on my hands now and I can't handle it. You are in a hurry, so there is a seal application form here, please fill it out yourself. Tang Ying took the stamp application form handed over by Tang Yulan and replied, okay, Sister Tang, I'll fill it out first. If you don't understand anything, you need to help guide me. Tang Yulan replied, no problem. Just fill it out first. Tang Ying took a few minutes to fill out the seal application form and handed it to Tang Yulan and said, Sister Tang, I've finished filling it out. Please help me review it. Tang Yulan took the form and browsed it quickly before saying, the type of seal needs to be filled in with a special financial seal. There is no other problem. You can also sign your name here for the seal applicant and give it to me. After Tang Ying signed her name, she handed the seal application form to Tang Yulan. Tang Yulan also signed her name to the seal applicant, then handed the seal application form to Tang Ying and arranged, please go find Ma Jing, Deputy Financial Manager, and Xue Xue, Deputy Financial Director, to sign. After the signature is completed, you can go to the company's stamping specialist Meng Yaqing to get it stamped. After stamping, remember to come to my place. Tang Ying replied, okay. I will now go to the leaders to sign. Tang Ying searched for a long time in the large finance office and found the workstation of Ma Jing, the Deputy Financial Manager. Hello, Manager Ma, I am Tang Ying, the cashier of the Nanshan project. I have something to worry about that requires a special financial seal. You sign for review. After Tang Ying finished speaking, he handed the stamp application form and the invoices that needed to be stamped to Ma Jing, the Deputy Financial Manager. Deputy Finance Manager Ma Jing took the seal application form and looked at it carefully, asked Tang Ying a few more detailed questions and then signed her name. In order to avoid having to find people all over the office, Tang Ying asked the Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing for advice. Manager Ma, please ask if I still need to go to the Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue to sign. Ma Jing, Deputy Financial Manager, replied, yes. Do you know where her office is? Tang Ying replied sheepishly, I have been in the project department for a long time, and the workstations of the leaders at the headquarters have changed a lot. I need to trouble you to tell you where Mr. Xue's office is. Deputy Finance Manager Ma Jing turned around and pointed in one direction and said, did you see that the closed door from my desk to the fourth desk is Mr. Xue's office door? Tang Ying replied, okay, thank you, Manager Ma. I'll go find Mr. Xue to sign it now. After Tang Ying finished speaking, she walked to the office of Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance. After arriving at the door of the office, Tang Ying knocked politely and gently 3 times, but there was no response. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Tang Ying knocked on the door 3 more times, but there was still no response. At this time, the person at the workstation at the door happened to return to his workstation. Tang Ying walked over and asked, can I ask where Mr. Xue Xue went? Do you know? The man replied cautiously, who are you and what do you want from her? Tang Ying quickly handed the stamp application form and invoices to the person, and then said, I am the cashier of the Nanshan project, my name is Tang Ying. I am always looking for Xue because this batch of invoices urgently needs a special financial seal, and she needs her signature. The man looked at the materials handed over by Tang Ying and replied, "When I came here in the morning, I heard from Mr. Xue that there were a lot of meetings this morning. If no one answers the door now, it's probably time to go to a meeting. But I don't know which conference room it is in. You'd better give her a call. On the sign is her phone number." Tang Ying saved the phone number on the brand into her mobile phone and said with a smile, "You are so meticulous in your work, and you even made a special brand." The man smiled and said, "There is no way, sometimes a good person comes here one day and asks for the phone number. As long as it is confirmed that it is the person who can give the number, it is necessary to find the number for everyone. Although this kind of thing is small, it is very time-consuming. So I was forced to come up with this idea." Tang Ying smiled and praised, "You are so smart." After finishing speaking, Tang Ying tried to call Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue's phone number, but did not get through. Tang Ying chose to call the project manager Zhou Wenqing for help. "Mr. Zhou, I need to find Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance, to sign before I can stamp my name on the invoice. Our company's special financial seal. She is probably in a meeting now. I asked for her phone number, but I couldn't get through. Can you help me get in touch to help?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay, please wait a moment." After a while, Zhou Wenqing called Tang Ying and arranged, "Mr. Xue happens to be having a meeting in the conference room number 3 of our 5th business department. She promised that you should go to her to sign immediately." Tang Ying replied on the phone, "Okay. I'll go right away." After Tang Ying waited for Zhou Wenqing to hang up the phone, she took the stamp application form and quickly walked to the number 3 conference room of the 5th business department. When she arrived at the door of the conference room, she raised the stamp application form in her hand when she saw Xue Xue. Xue Xue motioned for her to enter the conference room. After Tang Ying entered the conference room, she handed the seal application form to Xue Xue. While signing it, Xue Xue asked, "This invoice is needed so urgently, when can we get the money back?" Tang Ying replied, "What I heard from the leaders on the project is that the general contractor Huatai leaders promised that payment can be made upon seeing the original invoice." Xue Xue said to Song Ziyuan, the president of the 5th business unit who was sitting in the conference room, "Mr. Song, the shortage of funds we are discussing now, if the 20 million yuan for the Nanshan project can be paid back within these 2 days, it will be completely solved. Let's see how we can arrange it to ensure that the 20 million progress payment can be recovered quickly." Song Ziyuan replied to Xue Xue, "Well, I'll make arrangements right away." I saw Song Ziyuan pick up the mobile phone on the table and make a call and go out. Just now a little girl from the Nanshan project came to finance Xue Xue to sign. It involves a repayment of 20 million, please keep an eye on it personally. Please make sure to get the money back to the company's account as quickly as possible. Zhao Manfu's voice came from the phone and said, "Okay, please don't worry, Mr. Song. We are sending people to fly invoices now in order to get the money back to the company as quickly as possible. I will contact you later to urge you one time." After Song Ziyuan hung up the phone, he said to Xue Xue, "I have made arrangements with Zhao Manfu, the vice president of production in the Nanhai area. I believe he will try his best to complete the payment collection task." Xue Xue replied, "Thank you, Mr. Song." After finishing speaking, he handed the signed application form to Tang Ying and said, "Who will send this invoice to Party A?" Tang Ying replied, "I will send it myself, but I have to wait for the invoices for the other 2 bids to arrive." Xue Xue replied, "Okay, then you have to be careful. This money is very important to the company, and we must work hard to get the money back in time. If you have any difficulties, you can call the leaders directly for help. You quickly go to the top floor to find the stamping specialist Meng Yaqing to help you stamp the special invoice stamp." Tang Ying took the stamp application form and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Xue, I will go right away." Tang Ying climbed several flights of stairs to the top floor of the office building and found the stamping specialist Meng Yaqing. Tang Ying said, "Hello, Sister Meng, I have an urgent item here that needs a special invoice stamp." Meng Yaqing replied impatiently, everyone who comes to me to get a seal says it's an urgent matter. Didn't they see that I'm busy? Tang Ying explained, it's really urgent. Just now, Mr. Xue Xue emphasized it to me and asked me to come to you immediately to stamp the invoice. This will affect the collection of 20 million yuan. The only difference is our invoice. This is a formality. Meng Yaqing sighed and said, okay, let me cover your worries first and give me the information. Tang Ying quickly handed the stamp application form and invoice to Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing took the information and briefly read it, then signed her name on the stamp application form. He collected the stamp application form, found the special invoice stamp, and clearly stamped the special invoice stamp on each invoice where it needs to be stamped. After stamping, she handed it to Tang Ying. Tang Ying took the stamped invoice and said, thank you, Sister Meng. I'm leaving. Bye. Tang Ying came to the financial docking station of Tang Yulan and said, Sister Tang, I have already stamped the special invoice stamp. Tang Yulan replied, okay. Give me the invoice. Tang Yulan took the invoice handed over by Tang Ying, took out the accounting copy she needed for her financial accounting, and handed the invoice copy to Tang Ying. Tang Ying asked, is it okay? Tang Yulan replied, okay. Tang Ying replied, okay. Sister Tang, I'm going to send the invoice to the general contractor. After finishing speaking, Tang Ying turned around and left Tang Yulan's workstation, then came to the 5th business department and found Lin Yiping's workstation. Tang Ying said to Lin Yiping, hello, Lin Gong. I am Tang Ying from the Nanshan project. Zhou Wencheng, Mr. Zhou arranged for me to find you after I went to the business department. He said that you were collecting invoices from the 2 companies and asked me to take them to the headquarters of Huatai. Lin Yiping replied, oh, okay. But now I have only received the invoice from Daedatong Company, and there is another company that has not yet received the invoice. Tang Ying asked, have you called the unit that didn't arrive? Lin Yiping replied, after I received the invoice from Daedatong Company, I called another contact person, but I couldn't get through. Tang Ying replied, I know, I'll find Mr. Zhou Zhou to see if there is any way to contact him. After finishing speaking, Tang Ying took out her mobile phone, looked up Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the address book, dialed it and asked, Mr. Zhou, the invoice from Fuxian Company hasn't arrived yet, so it's just his. Everything else is fine. Okay. But their contact number, Lin Gong, has been unreachable. Zhou Wenqing replied, this Fuxian Company really has a lot of things to do. He can't send invoices, so I'm under a lot of pressure. Now Zhao Manfu calls me every half an hour and asks me how the payment is going. He says that Mr. Song of the business department gave him an order, so he is urging me desperately. Don't worry, I'll contact Fuxian Company immediately to see what's going on. After Zhou Wenqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone, looked up the phone number of Yu Linfei of Fuxian Company in the address book of his mobile phone, dialed it and asked, Mr. Yu, why can't the person who sent the invoice in your company be contacted? Yu Linfei replied on the phone, hey, the person who sent the invoice in our company, his cell phone battery exploded on the way to your company. After all the hard work, I have arrived downstairs in your company, but I don't know Lin Yiping's office and there is no way to contact Lin Yiping. It took him a long time to find a public phone box to call me. I'm about to call you and ask where Lin Yiping's office is. Zhou Wenqing replied, did your family collect too much money and swell the battery of your mobile phone? Lin Yiping's office is on the 3rd floor. You can find her by asking people in your company to ask Lin Yiping from Division 5. Yu Linfei replied, okay, I will give it to our company right away. Someone called the public phone and told him the situation. After Zhou Wenqing hung up the phone on Yu Linfei, he quickly called Tang Ying and said, hurry up and wait downstairs in the company. The people at Fuxian Company have broken cell phones and cannot contact Lin Yiping. You are at the front desk of the company. Look. If the person looking for Lin Yiping is the person who sent the invoice from Fuxian Company, take him up and hand him over to Lin Yiping. Tang Ying replied, okay. I'll go down right away. After Zhou Wenqing hung up the phone, Tang said to Lin Yiping, the phone of the person who sent the invoice from Fushan Company is broken, so I can't contact him. I'll go downstairs and bring him up. When Tang Ying arrived at the front desk of the company, she met a person who asked the front desk how to find Lin Yiping from the 5th Business Department. Before the person at the front desk answered, Tang Ying asked, "Excuse me, did Fushan Company send an invoice to Lin Yiping?" The other person replied, "Yes. I'm Tang Ying from the Nanshan project. Come up with me and I'll take you to Lin Yiping." Tang Ying quickly brought the invoice delivery person from Fushan Company to Tang Ying's workstation. The two had a simple communication, and after confirming each other's identity, they went through the invoice handover procedures. After Lin Yiping and other people who sent invoices from Fushan Company left, they immediately handed over all the invoices received from the two companies to Tang Ying. After saying hello to Lin Yiping, Tang Ying left the Western Construction Headquarters building. After going downstairs, she waited for a taxi on the side of the road. By the way, she called Zhou Wenqing to report the current invoice situation, so that Zhou Wenqing would not worry there. It took Tang Ying about 2 hours to get to the headquarters of Huatai in a taxi. There was too much traffic on the road. The time of the trip was not controlled at all. There were many areas like a huge parking lot, and the vehicles on the road unable to move forward for a long time. After Tang Ying delivered the invoices for the 3 bids to the recipient designated by Yao Peng of Huatai, she simply said goodbye and left the headquarters of Huatai. Tang Ying called Zhou Wenqing and said, "Mr. Zhou, I just sent all the invoices from the 3 companies to the recipients designated by Mr. Yao. Is there anything wrong with me?" Zhou Wenqing promised on the phone, "Nothing will happen." Tang Ying asked again, "Mr. Zhou, I haven't been back to my home in Kyoto for a long time. I want to go home to see my parents and rest for a few days. Do you think that's okay?" Zhou Wenqing hesitated for a while and then replied, "Okay, if there is any trouble with this collection, we can arrange for you to help run the relevant procedures." Tang Ying happily agreed on the phone, "Okay, if there is anything that requires me to come out and run for a while, please ask the leader to arrange it at any time." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Bye." After Zhou Wenqing ended the phone call with Tang Ying, he called Yao Peng to report, "Mr. Yao, just now Xiao Tang, the cashier of my project department, has handed over the original invoices for the 3 garden landscape bid sections to your designated the recipient of the invoice. Please ask, when can the project progress payment be transferred to our company's account?" Yao Peng promised on the phone, "Our project department has submitted the progress payment process of the 3 of you on the system and has reviewed the finance. If you need to urge me further, please give me the information from the project department. Please contact the cost manager Qin Wenhao. Under normal circumstances, he will urge you. If you really can't push it, just contact me in time." Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Okay, Mr. Yao, I will contact your manager Qin immediately. Bye." After Zhou Wenqing waited for Yao Peng to hang up the phone, he thought for a while. After all, he was not very familiar with Huatia's cost manager Tan Wenhao, so he asked Zhang Yongqingjian to contact him. So he found Zhang Yinqing's phone number in the address book and dialed it. Said, "Mr. Zhang, are you busy?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "I'm not busy, I'm waiting for your call." Zhou Wenqing laughed and said, "It's too fake. There is something I need you to contact." Zhang Yinqing said politely on the phone, "Whatever happens, you can arrange it." Zhou Wenqing replied, "In terms of collection of project progress payments, Zhao Manfu always calls me every half hour to ask about the progress, which makes me very upset and stressed. Tang Ying called me just now and reported the situation. The original invoices from our 3 companies have been delivered to the recipient designated by Huatai project manager Mr. Yao. So I called Mr. Yao and wanted to collect the project progress payment. But Mr. Yao said to find another person first." Zhang Yunqing asked on the phone, "Have you made it clear which person you are looking for?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "I told you to go to his cost manager Qin Wenhao first, and if you can't figure it out, go to Mr. Yao for help and coordination. Zhang Yunqing replied, if you want to find Qin Wenhao, I can find him here. When I sent the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document to Manager Qin this morning, I asked when our progress payment would be given to us. Manager Qin explained when the invoice arrived, we immediately called him and he went to their company headquarters to help us collect the project progress payment. Zhou Wenqing replied, oh, there is such a good thing. Then please call Tan Wenhao and explain the current situation. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I will go find him right away. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wenqing, he quickly left his office and walked to the office of Huatye's cost manager Qin Wenhao. When he was about to arrive at Huatye's project department, he saw Tan Wenhao's car driving out. Zhang Yunqing quickly waved to Tan Wenhao and said, hello, Manager Qin, I have something to do with you. Can I just delay for a minute or two? Tan Wenhao parked the car next to Zhang Yunqing and asked, a minute or two, no problem. Tell me what's the matter. Zhang Yunqing replied, Xiao Tang, the cashier of our project, has sent the original invoices from the 3 companies to the invoice recipient designated by Mr. Yao. Mr. Zhou called your Mr. Yao, and Mr. Yao said that if I want to press for this payment, I should contact you first. Manager Qin, look, could you please find a convenient time to help me with the reminder? After hearing what Zhang Yunqing expressed, Tan Wenhao simply agreed, no problem. I will call the company headquarters right away. After finishing speaking, Qin Wenhao took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone number, turned on the speakerphone and asked, now people from the 3 garden landscaping units are looking for me, saying that their original invoices have been handed over to the company headquarters. I just wanted to ask when I can send them the money. A female voice on the phone promised, I have received the original invoice. I am looking for our financial manager to sign it. The payment is expected to be made today at the earliest and tomorrow morning at the latest. Qin Wenhao replied, okay, please help and keep an eye on it, because it is a project that rushes for work. Party A of our company is also watching the payment of these funds and requires that these professional subcontracting units must be paid as soon as possible. Bye. After Qin Wenhao ended the phone call, he said to Zhang Yunqing, you heard the company's reply, so don't worry now. Zhang Yunqing happily agreed, don't worry, I will report the situation to the leader. Thank you, Manager Qin, for your help. I wasted your time, you go first. Tan Wenhao asked, okay. Do you want to give you a ride? Zhang Yunqing replied, I only have a few steps to go. I can just walk back to the project department. I can't waste your time anymore. Goodbye. Tan Wenhao also said bye, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As Zhang Yunqing walked to the project department office, he took out his phone and called Zhou Wenqing and said, Mr. Zhou, the time is so tight. As soon as I arrived at Tan Wenhao's project department, I met him about to leave the project department. Zhou Wenqing asked, what a coincidence. Have you told him the situation? Zhang Yunqing replied, I told Manager Qin, and Manager Qin used a speaker phone to call their company's headquarters in front of me. He said they were looking for their financial director to sign, and it is expected that the payment from the 3 of us will be the fastest. It's today, or tomorrow morning at the latest. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, I understand. When you return to the project department, go and report the situation to General Zhao Manfu. It is inconvenient for me to be outside. Zhang Yunqing replied to Zhou Wenqing on the phone, okay, I will be at the project department soon. I will go to Mr. Zhao. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wenqing, he went straight to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu smiled and asked, Yunqing, what's the matter with you? Zhang Yunqing pretended to be dissatisfied and asked, what's the matter, Mr. Zhao, if you have nothing to do, can't you come and sit for a while? Zhao Manfu was slightly stunned after hearing Zhang Yunqing's words, and he reacted instantly and replied, look what you said, we are so familiar with each other, of course you are welcome to come and sit down at any time. Zhang Yunqing joked, that's pretty much it. It's not like nothing happened. However, one is good news and the other is bad news. Which news do you want to hear first? Zhao Manfu said without even thinking, let's have some bad news first. Zhang Yunqing replied, the bad news is that we went to Huatai to collect payment today. Because the frequency of reminders is relatively high, Mr. Yao doesn't want to pay attention to Zhou Wenqing. Zhao Manfu replied, well, it's not Zhou Wenqing's fault, it's my fault. I have to urge him in almost half an hour. I guess he would be more annoyed if he did that. I have no choice. Mr. Song usually doesn't call me to ask me to do anything, but today he suddenly called me and asked me to personally supervise the return of the 20 million yuan. It's almost time to get off work, and I haven't received accurate news yet, which makes me feel uneasy. Zhang Yunqing replied, so that's it, I understand. Everyone has difficulties. Another good news is that I just went to see Huatye's cost manager Qin Wenhao again. Zhao Manfu asked, have you already paid for it? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's not as good as you think. Zhao Manfu replied, what kind of good news is that? Can you tell me about it? Zhang Yunqing replied, Manager Qin of Huatai made a hands-free call to people at their headquarters in front of me. The person who was running the procedures told him that the payment would be made today at the earliest and tomorrow morning at the latest. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, this is barely good news. In order to ensure that you get accurate information that the payment has arrived, you call Tang Ying and ask her to contact the finance department of our company headquarters. After get off work today in 12 noon tomorrow check whether our 20 million repayment has arrived. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I'll call Tang Ying now. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone and looked up Tang Ying's phone number in the address book. He dialed and said, Xiao Tang, please contact the company's headquarters finance department. You have the right to inquire about the arrival and receipt of our 20 million progress payment. If not, please help the project check the account information during get-off work hours today and noon tomorrow. After confirming receipt of this 20 million, please notify me in time. Tang Ying agreed, okay, I will call them right away to discuss this matter. After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Tang Ying, he said to Zhao Manfu, Tang Ying has been arranged to do it according to your request. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. You have to make arrangements for the project with the relevant people. Zhang Yunqing replied, no problem. The only thing missing is the signing and approval procedures for the stainless steel railing after the bidding is opened in the afternoon. I will keep an eye on them in the afternoon. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing came out of Zhao Manfu's office and returned to his workstation. When passing Yu Dongjin's desk, Zhang Yunqing asked, Gong Yu, has the bidding for the stainless steel railing been opened? Yu Dongjin stood up and replied, Wang Ming from the Material Procurement Department sent me a QQ message and the bid will be opened in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. You know that the three of us will leave the Nanshan project tomorrow morning and go on a business trip to the Magic City, so you have to remind the King of Material Procurement to open the bid as soon as possible, especially after the bid is opened. We must quickly submit the relevant information. All the approval procedures will be completed within today's time, and the approval process must be signed at least to Mr. Zhao Manfu. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, I will emphasize your opinion to him when I attend the bid opening meeting in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing asked again, do you have any specific things on your hands during this period? Yu Dongjin replied, yes, we count the number of workers rushing to work at this construction site, and we need to go to the site to check the visa negotiations that occur at any time in each labor team. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, you can control the time and rhythm of these trivial matters. But there is another more important thing, which is that the actual output value of each supplier for the month must be carefully checked to prevent major errors or omissions. Yu Dongjin replied, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I can't be 100% accurate, but I can definitely control it within the error range of the allowable cost. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's good to know. The next step is to strictly control and review the output value they completed that month, and strictly control the payment amount to them. On the other hand, we need to find ways to declare more and help the company recover the project funds earlier. Only in this way can the positive cash flow of the project be truly realized. We must be careful not to let the company advance money for projects we manage. Yu Dongjin replied, I will pay attention to the issue of output value control and payment control of the next family. Just dealing with the production value and repayment, isn't it you who are always doing it? Why did you arrange for me to pay attention again? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, don't you think you have less things to do now, so you should take over the work that should be done by you? Yu Dongjin asked, why are you in such a hurry to do your work? Zhang Yunqing explained, I am the commercial person in charge of the Nanhai area managed by General Zhao Manfu. I am not the commercial person in charge of this Nanshan project. You are the commercial person in charge of the Nanshan project. You didn't see that the loan procedures on the project were originally signed by me. Yes, have you been arranged to sign now? In addition, the Cheongshan Bowen project will be launched soon, and there is only one estimator there, Jin Haoren. I don't know his level or habits. If I were involved in project management there, I would have to stay in that project department at first. The business work of the project department here depends on its own organization and personnel. So, should we gradually hand over the main work to you step by step, will it be easier for you to adapt? Yu Dongjin replied, okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Zhang Yunqing replied, come over to my desk, and I will explain to you some of the corresponding output value declaration documents, and then you will take over this work from now on. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Then he followed Zhang Yunqing to his desk. After Zhang Yunqing opened his computer, he carefully introduced every document that needed to be copied to Yu Dongjin, and arranged for Yu Dongjin to take time to familiarize herself with the output value declaration form as soon as possible and pay attention to collecting data. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ming, the material purchaser, came to Zhang Yundu with documents such as the bid opening record of the stainless steel railing, the bid confirmation form, the contract countersigning form, and said, Mr. Zhang, I heard from Yu Gong that you have to go to Shanghai on a business trip in a hurry. Therefore, as soon as the bid opening for the stainless steel railing tender was completed, I quickly filled out the documents that needed to be signed and approved. Please review. Zhang Yunqing took the information handed over by the material purchasing Wang Ming and asked, where is this stainless steel railing located? Why did it appear suddenly? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, each building has a barrier-free passage. Originally, this was the responsibility of the general contractor, but as a result, the general contractor simply did not have the manpower to manage these things, so Jingchuan Group put the areas other than the scattered water are all assigned to our landscaping unit for implementation. In this case, there is some controversy over who should implement the barrier-free access. In the past few days, all parties have agreed that it should be implemented by our garden and landscape unit. After listening to Wang Ming's explanation of material procurement, Zhang Yunqing said, okay, I understand. This is stainless steel. Please make it clear to the supplier that this cannot rust. Don't fool us again with the material. If work that the general contractor doesn't do can be given to us at this time, we need to be more careful. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, ours is made of 304 stainless steel. I have never heard of it rusting. Zhang Yunqing replied, in short, just be careful and don't cause trouble for the company. The signing has been completed, here you go. Hurry up and go to General Zhao Manfu to sign. He will also leave the project department tomorrow for a business trip. After receiving the document, Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, okay, I will go and ask Mr. Zhao to review and sign it now. Material Procurement Wang Ming came to Zhao Manfu's office and said, Mr. Zhao, the bid opening for the stainless steel railings has been completed. These documents need your review and signature. After finishing speaking, Wang Ming of Material Purchasing handed a stack of information to Zhao Manfu. After Zhao Manfu took the information, he read it through it roughly, then picked up the signature pen and quickly completed the signature. Then he handed the document to the material purchasing Wang Ming and said, "Xiao Wang, many of us are on business trips during this period. It's hard for you to handle these specific things seriously. Don't make big mistakes and make sure there are no mistakes. It's holding back the project's rush for work." Material purchasing Wang Ming answered while receiving the materials, "Mr. Zhao, don't worry, there will be no problem." After the material purchaser left, Zhao Manfu asked himself, "Is there really no problem? What will happen if there is a problem with this stainless steel railing?" Then, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, I can't imagine what the situation would be." While Zhao Manfu was thinking about what might go wrong with the stainless steel railing, Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with a happy face. Zhang Yunqing reported to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, the good news is here." Zhao Manfu sat up straighter and asked, "Tell me quickly." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I just received a call from Tang Ying, the project cashier, saying that our company has received the project progress payment of 20 million from the general contractor Huatai." After hearing this, Zhao Manfu slammed the table excitedly and said, "Okay, great." Zhao Manfu took out his mobile phone and called Song Ziyuan to report, "Mr. Song, I have some good news for you. I just received feedback from the financial department that the 20 million progress payment for the Nanshan project has been recovered." Song Ziyuan happily replied on the phone, "Yes, the headquarters finance department also sent me a message just now, informing me that the 20 million yuan for the Nanshan project has been received. Thank you for your hard work. Please help me express my gratitude to the brothers in the project department." Zhao Manfu replied, "It's not hard, I feel honored to be able to serve the company. I will express your guidance to the brothers in the project department at the appropriate time. Thank you Mr. Song for your support of our Nanshan project." Zhao Manfu waited for Song Ziyuan to finish speaking and then hung up the phone and said to Zhang Yunqing, "Call Zhou Wencheng and ask him if he is free tonight. Please have all the employees in the project department be happy and celebrate." Zhang Yunqing dialed Zhou Wencheng's phone number according to Zhao Manfu's instructions and asked, "Mr. Zhou, the project department's 20 million payment has been received. Do you know that?" Zhou Wencheng replied on the phone, "I know. I have made an appointment with Mr. Yao, the general contractor. The project managers of our 3 units invited him to have dinner with him tonight to express his gratitude to Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao has already agreed. I am contacting the project managers of 2 other units. Could you help me ask Mr. Zhao if he would like to attend the party tonight?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I will report the situation to Mr. Zhao." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wencheng, he said to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou has made an appointment with Mr. Yao, the general contractor, to have dinner tonight, and the project managers of the 3 companies went together. Mr. Zhou also sent you a message. He accepted the invitation. Let me help him ask if you are willing to attend the party tonight." Zhao Manfu thought for a while and then arranged, "Just send him a message and say that I don't have time to attend. Just ask them to entertain Mr. Yao well." Zhang Yunqing edited a text message, checked it and found no obvious problems, then sent it to Zhou Wencheng. He raised his phone and said, "I have followed your instructions and conveyed to Mr. Zhou via text message that you do not have time to attend their party tonight." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay. If Mr. Zhou's time is not suitable, the project department's dinner party will have to wait until we come back from the Magic City and then choose a time." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhao Manfu said excitedly, "I won't attend their dinner, but this is a major happy event. Let's go, I'll treat you tonight, and we can find a place to get together." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Want to drive?" Zhao Manfu replied, "No need to drive, the 2 of us can just walk out to find a restaurant and have some drinks by the way." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhao Manfu stood up and took the lead out of the office, followed closely by Zhang Yunqing. The 2 walked out of the office area and walked towards the sea. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they came to a dining area. Zhao Manfu asked, Yunqing, what should we eat? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have no special requirements for food. We will eat whatever you decide, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Then let's find a barbecue place to eat, lest someone kicks us out at 9 o'clock. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, okay. Zhao Manfu chose a barbecue restaurant, and the two of them walked in and sat down at a table with a view of the sea. Zhao Manfu called the waiter and quickly ordered dishes and drinks. Zhang Yunqing rarely enjoyed the scenery of the sea. He pulled up a chair and sat facing the sea. I saw that the sea wave was like a charging team, noisy and shouting, rushing towards the beach on the shore with all its strength, then, as if it had lost a battle, it retreated without a trace, and even dropped many clam shells. Snail shells, and some white plastic garbage. Zhang Yunqing shook his head, thinking that wherever there are people, there will be environmental damage. It would be great if everyone paid attention to protecting the environment. The sea breeze blew gently, the main work of the Nanshan project was progressing smoothly, and the two of them felt relatively comfortable. Even the service level in restaurants feels better than before. The ordered dishes and drinks were served quickly. The two of them each filled up their own beer glasses. Zhao Manfu, with a smile on his face, slowly raised his glass and touched it with Zhang Yunqing and said, done. Zhang Yunqing also happily replied, it's done. The two of them put down their wine glasses and each filled their own glasses. Zhao Manfu said happily, do you know why I am so happy? Zhang Yunqing shook his head in confusion and said he didn't know. Zhao Manfu explained, do you know what this 20 million payment means? It means that my initial goal of coming to Western architecture has been achieved. For the projects I have worked on in my past life, let alone receiving a one-time payment of 20 million, even the contract amount was not 20 million, and the largest construction contract was only a little over 10 million. But this time when I came to Western architecture, I wanted to manage large projects and learn the management experience of large projects. Through this success of collecting 20 million yuan, I truly realized that the management difference between a project worth 10 million yuan and a project worth 100 million yuan is essentially not that big. As long as we are patient and meticulous, look at, think, and ponder more about everything, and make every decision carefully considered, the management of large projects is not much more complicated than small projects. It's just that the amount involved must be larger, there must be more people involved, and if there is a problem, the responsibility will be much heavier. Through this collection work, I have enhanced my confidence in managing large projects, and also improved my practical ability in project management. Zhang Yunqing raised his glass and toasted, congratulations to Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu raised his glass and said in thanks, thank you. Although this work was successful, it was only achieved through the joint efforts of everyone. Zhang Yunqing continued, yes. For such a major payment collection matter, many people are involved, and the time span is also very long. From the initial uneasiness, irritability, and anxiety, we gradually sorted things out later. I also experienced a lot of difficulties. I'm thinking that if this work was not required by the construction party to rush for work, maybe the payment collection would not have been so smooth at all. Regarding this, we can verify whether our conjecture today is correct through future balance collection. Zhao Manfu replied, what you said makes sense. If it were not for the rush for work, the construction unit would not be in a hurry to pay, and their review process would not be shortened by more than a month. If we are not rushing to work, the general contractor will not agree that we can issue invoices in advance to collect payment, at least they must review our project quantity and progress declaration form. If we argue, it will take half a month, and maybe we have not made it clear yet. Therefore, Qian engineering is only reflected in the word Qian. If you don't do it, you will definitely not be able to collect the money, but if you do, there are still many problems waiting for our managers to solve. Zhang Yunqing replied, of course, if it is all very simple, sitting in that position and doing nothing, just eating what is ready, then the boss will not pay high salaries to hire these project managers. Zhao Manfu replied, "You are right. I have been working on projects for so many years. It can be said that no project is very smooth. There is no project that has not been messed up. The relationship between Party A and Party B can be said to be one of love and murder. When Party A needs to rush for work or needs performance, it will like and care for Party B more, and will think of you first in everything. But once the project is completed, you may forget everything, including the price you promised, the visa you promised, the compensation you promised, and the settlement you promised to relax." Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, we are the vulnerable group as Party B. Is it easy to ask for project funds? You see, some workers in house construction always climb high towers. If something goes wrong, what do you think? Is the person who climbed up willing to do it?" Zhao Manfu criticized, "You are stupid, what do you want? As the saying goes, it is better to live than die. If a person dies, doesn't there be nothing left? If a person is not afraid of death, then what else is scary? So, I don't know what those workers who jump off buildings just to get a few thousand yuan think about it. As long as people live, can't they earn a few thousand yuan?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "As for this issue, my understanding may be a cognitive issue." Zhao Manfu asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Take what I have experienced personally. My family is from the countryside, a true farmer. We also have neighbors, and the relationship between the neighbors is not good. It can be said that they hate each other. These hatreds will lead to frequent quarrels and troubles between neighbors. What are the disputes or causes of these problems?" Zhao Manfu asked, "What are the reasons?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "These reasons are very simple, but also relatively difficult to understand. For example, if the fields of two families are adjacent, if one family plants a cypress tree on the edge of the field, the cypress tree will be only a little over 1 meter high. But the other family quit and started to quarrel." Zhao Manfu asked curiously, "What impact can a tree that is not taller than a person have on others? How can there be a quarrel?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It had no impact on others at the time when the tree was planted. People who come to argue with you will tell you how tall your cypress tree will be in 5 years, how big the tree will be, how much area it will shade my field, and how much area it will shade my crops. Sunlight will affect the harvest of my fields. Then he asked you to cut down the cypress tree you just planted or move it to another place where it would not affect his field." Zhao Manfu replied, "What if the person who planted the tree just doesn't care about it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's very simple. One is that people from both families often quarrel because of this matter. The other is that the other party may often come to shake the small tree you planted, or give it to you quietly. A lot of chemical fertilizers are applied to small trees." Zhao Manfu asked puzzledly, "Why is it construction of chemical fertilizers and not others?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Because there is a kind of chemical fertilizer that is completely soluble in water. It can be easily placed in the water in the bucket. As long as the proportion of chemical fertilizer is high enough and it is poured quietly at the roots of the little cypress tree, it will not take long. That tree will be killed." Zhao Manfu replied, "We understand the method of killing the tree. So let's assume that no one kills the tree and it comes to life. How much impact will it have on the field?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Through the observation of cypress trees growing naturally in rural areas, generally during sunny times, an adult cypress tree can form a shadow area ranging from 5 to 20 square meters. Let's assume that the yield per mu is 1,000 kilograms of rice. Calculating if it is reduced by half based on 20 square meters, the yield may be reduced by 30 kilograms of rice. This is roughly such a big impact. It can make the two families very unhappy. I want to interview you. Would you choose to make a fuss with others over something worth 30 kilograms of rice?" Zhao Manfu replied, "It doesn't matter who is right or wrong about such a small matter, just put up with it and forget about it. I will definitely not argue with others. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, your life situation is different, you can't argue over such a thing. But when I was in the countryside, I would definitely argue, because it was a relatively big deal for the family, and anything that could affect the yield of the rice fields was considered a major event. The same me is now working and no longer engaged in agricultural production, and no one is specifically trying to enlighten me in this regard. This is the truth that I figured out when I was thinking about problems. Now I will not choose to argue with others over such a small matter. You see, the project cost calculated in my current work is hundreds of millions for this project. How can I go to the supervisor, general contractor, and construction unit to argue over a few yuan, dozens of yuan, or even hundreds of yuan? Well, if I go to argue, other people will either think that my level is low or that there is something wrong with my brain, or they will think that I am deliberately trying to find fault with others. This change means that I live in different environments, and my cognition has changed significantly according to the changes in the environment. In other words, my current knowledge is better than my original knowledge. Zhao Manfu replied, well, I understand better when you put it this way. In other words, a person's judgment of a thing is very limited by his own cognitive level. We outsiders cannot judge based on the level of absolute value. How could the person involved be so different from ordinary people? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. A person's cognition will affect a person's behavior from the heart. Zhao Manfu said, it seems that the collection of payments for our project has gone smoothly this time. What other big things do you think will happen in the future that we, as managers, need to pay special attention to? Zhang Yunqing replied, based on what we know so far, I think there are the following special things that we should pay attention to. 1. We will check the standard clearance report tomorrow. Because this will affect the question of which quota to apply after our list is converted to quotas in the future, which means that it will have a very large impact on our settlement results documents. Zhao Manfu replied, since you think it is so important, why didn't you want to go in person when you made the arrangements? Zhang Yunqing replied, the main thing is that there are too many things and they are too complicated. I feel like I can't finish them. I feel nervous in my heart. I just hope that I won't do anything if I can. Zhao Manfu replied, that's right, that's understandable. But you have to learn to assign tasks to the people below and do a good job in auditing and checking. Otherwise, your time and energy are limited. A little increase if you click on the project task, you will have strong anxiety and lose good control of the project. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I have realized that these problems are more troublesome, and I am also trying to allocate the work. For example, I have assigned the progress payment application work for the Nanshan project to Yudanjin. Zhao Manfu replied, I just mentioned the first big thing, what about the second one? Zhang Yunqing replied, the second item is what I just mentioned, and Yudanjin has been arranged to do the progress payment declaration work. The third item is the quality and valuation of seedlings for our project. Zhao Manfu asked, how do you think this quality and price recognition work should be done? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have studied the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document that I found. I think that according to the provisions of the document, there are still many departments involved in this appraisal, but the key point still lies with the Audit Bureau. I suggest that Mr. Zhao pay a normal visit to their director when the time comes. This will facilitate the real start of the valuation work. Zhao Manfu replied, I have been worried about the price recognition issue. However, your suggestion is good. After we come back from Magic City, remember to remind me that I will pay a formal visit. Zhang Yunqing replied, I guess the first thing we should do after we come back is deal with this matter. I will remind you then. The fourth important thing is that the visa negotiation information we provide must be complete. We have applied for a lot of visa information, and we have to get as much visa negotiation information as possible. Of course, not all visas can be applied for by the right company. For example, for safe and civilized construction, it is difficult to go to Party A to pay for the expenses. Many of them are only borne by our construction company. Zhao Manfu replied, this is very important and difficult to apply for. Your business personnel should emphasize to the relevant production personnel when applying for visas that they must apply for visas that can be matched. It is inconvenient for me to arrange this kind of thing for the project manager. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, I originally made arrangements for Yu Dongjin. When I was asked to sign a visa, I added an opinion that the amount of work should not exceed the amount of work that matched the visa. This is also stated in our matching contract template. As agreed. It's just that it's a bit difficult to implement. Zhao Manfu said, if there are difficulties, we must find ways to overcome them. Otherwise, no matter how many contracts we sign for the right suppliers, there will be no way to explain it to the company. Instead, some leaders in the company will have a bad impression of our management team idea. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. When the air conditioner in the Kyoto office is blowing and free thoughts are running, how can the leaders understand the difficulties in applying for these visas for our project? It doesn't mean that if it happens, Party A must apply for a visa for us. Zhao Manfu asked, you mean the upper and lower visas cannot be completely matched? Zhang Yunqing replied, you can think of this with your feet. Zhao Manfu asked again, suppose we manage the personnel of the project department in Kyoto. If we don't use the same method of visas to restrict the project department, what methods can be used to prevent the project department from making random orders? Zhang Yunqing replied, no matter who is conducting the review in Kyoto, there will be this problem that we are worried about. But if we find that a project department is always misbehaving in this regard, we can always find loopholes. Once we find such a person, we must use it with caution. Instead of blindly pursuing complete consistency and inclusion, otherwise it will be difficult to arrange the actual work of the project department, prone to disputes, and easy to damage the good reputation that the company has finally established in the minds of suppliers. Zhao Manfu replied, the problem you mentioned does exist. We usually have to do more ideological work for the next company, strive for suppliers to have more understanding of us, and find more ways to resolve these conflicts. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I will pay attention to these things in actual work. The two chatted until late at night, sitting on the beach and drinking wine. It was a reward in life, and they temporarily forgot about the troubles at work. The peaceful night has passed, and a golden sun jumps out of the eastern sea level and rises slowly, and a new day begins. Li Shixuan, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhao Manfu took the scheduled flight and arrived at the Modu airport. After getting off the plane, the three of them walked along the long corridor toward the exit. Li Shixuan asked, Mr. Zhao, should we take the bus to the hotel? Zhao Manfu replied grandly, we are all listed companies. We don't need that little money. Let's go to the taxi entrance and take a taxi. In addition, we are 3 people going together, even if it is more expensive than the bus it's not much more expensive. Li Shixuan replied, okay, I don't care. I'm used to taking the bus. Zhao Manfu replied, I haven't taken a bus for many years. I usually either drive or take a taxi when I go out. Most of the time it's because work matters are too tight on the schedule and I don't have time at all. Go take the bus. Li Shixuan smiled and replied, understood, then let's go to the taxi entrance and wait for the taxi. Zhang Yunqing said, it's okay to travel at this time. There are not many people waiting for taxis here, and the queuing time is much shorter than when traveling late at night. Zhao Manfu replied, the air ticket cost for a flight traveling at this point in the day is much higher than that for a late-night flight. The convenience of these travels also comes at a cost. The 3 of them chatted and got into a taxi smoothly. Li Shixuan told the driver the destination. About 40 minutes later, the 3 of them took a taxi and arrived at the Zizhong Road Kalai Hotel near Iji Company in Madu. Zhao Manfu arranged, we will meet in the lobby at 2:10 in the afternoon and walk to Ija Company. Xiaoli, you need to bring your computer. Li Shixuan agreed, okay. When the time planned by Zhao Manfu came, the three of them gathered in the hotel lobby and walked together towards the Yiji Company's office. After arriving, the front desk staff of the building asked the three people to register as visitors. Li Shixuan took the initiative to take out her ID card and register the information required by the front desk. The front desk staff of the building told Li Shixuan, "Go up the number 1 staircase to the Yiji Company you want to go to. The floor is on the 6th floor." Li Shixuan replied, "Okay, thank you." The three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor and followed the signs to the Yiji Company on the 6th floor. Li Shixuan went to the front desk of Yiji Company and said, "Hello, I am Xiao Li from the Nanshan project. I made an appointment with Ding Xiaohe and Ding Ding to come to your company at 2:30 this afternoon to check the bid clearance report." The front desk replied, "Okay, there are seats over there. You can sit down temporarily. I told Mr. Ding on the intercom phone. She will come out to receive you." Li Shixuan replied, "Okay, thank you." The three of them walked to the temporary resting place pointed by the front desk staff and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Ding Xiaohe came out and said to Li Shixuan, "Hello, Mr. Li, how long have you been here?" Li Shixuan replied politely, "Hello, Mr. Ding. The three of us have just arrived." Ding Xiaohe said, "I'm sorry for asking you to come so far from Nanhai Panhua City to check. I applied for a small conference room here, and we went to the conference room to settle down and communicate again. Please follow me." The three people followed Ding Xiaohe and arrived at a small conference room. After the four people sat down, Zhao Manfu said, "Hello, Mr. Ding, let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhao and my first name is Manfu. I am the leader of the team that will verify the bid clearance report this time. I work in Western Construction. The position is the Vice President of Production in the Nanhai area. For the verification of the bid clearance report this time, because Xiao Li came back to report and said that your request is to have someone who can make the decision, so I came in person. I would like to ask if you are the person in charge of your company's review of the standard clearance report." Ding Xiaohe replied, "I am not the person in charge, I am the specific executor. The person in charge our company appointed for this project is the leader of our cost team. Her name is Yi Jingshan." Zhao Manfu asked, "Oh, is team leader Yi in the company today? We have come all the way here. If it is convenient, please introduce him." Ding Xiaohe replied, "Our team leader Yi has a lot of things to do. I will go and ask her now. If she has time, I will definitely invite her over." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, then I'll trouble Ding Gong." After Ding Xiaohe waited for Zhao Manfu to finish speaking, he got up and went back to the office to find Yi Jingshan, the leader of the cost team. After finding it, Ding Xiaohe reported, "Sister Yi, I have a problem here and I need your help." Yi Jingshan asked, "Oh, it's rare. After working together for so many years, I haven't heard you say anything troublesome. Come and listen. If I can help, I will definitely help." Ding Xiaohe replied, "Okay, thank you Sister Yi. Now there are three people in the conference room who came to me to check the bid clearance report for the first section of the garden landscape of the Nanshan project." Yi Jingshan asked incomprehensively, "Just check it normally. What's the trouble?" Ding Xiaohe replied, "We haven't started checking yet. A possibly higher-level leader came and asked to meet with the person in charge of this project. This matter itself is something I am wrong about. Logically speaking, we should check it at the project department in Nanshan instead of asking them to go far to our company to check it. Therefore, I would like to ask you to come forward and help meet with their leaders and have a simple communication. Specific matters should be handled according to company rules and will not cause any trouble to you." Yi Jingshan laughed and said, "You mean to ask several people to travel more than 1,000 kilometers to come to you to reconcile the accounts? I feel a little guilty and want to find the leader to deal with it so that the other party can feel the company's attention and facilitate subsequent communication. Right?" Ding Xiaohe replied, "Sister Yi is still smart, she guessed it as soon as she mentioned it. How about, let's go out and have a show now? Yi Jingshan asked, where is it? You can lead the way, but I don't have much time. Don't delay too long. Ding Xiaohe replied, we randomly chose a small conference room for reconciliation, and I led the way. After the two of them finished speaking, Ding Xiaohe led the way to the small conference room where Zhao Manfu and the others were. After the two sat down, Ding Xiaohe pointed upwards with his left palm at a slight angle and said to Yi Jingshan, who was sitting on his left, Mr. Zhao, this is the leader of the cost team of our company and my direct supervisor. I reviewed it. The result requires the approval of Team Leader Yi. Zhao Manfu said, Team Leader Yi, I'm sorry, our Western Construction Company internally requires a time limit for the review of the bid clearance report. So far, it has been overdue for a long time, so it is difficult for me. Report internally to the company. Otherwise, we would not have chosen to come to your company to verify the bid clearance report when Mr. Ding was very busy. After arriving today, I made a suggestion to Ding Gong to meet with the leader. There is only one purpose. I hope to gain your company's attention and support and complete the review of our bid clearance report as soon as possible, so as to facilitate the smooth arrangement of the next work rush within our company. Yi Jingshan replied, first of all, on behalf of our Ichai company, I would like to welcome Mr. Zhao to personally lead the team and come all the way to Shanghai to verify the standard clearance report with us. Secondly, help Ding Gong explain that she does have a lot of things on her hands. In the past 2 months, almost 80% of the days have been overtime. The reason why we haven't reviewed your bid clearance report for a long time is that firstly, we took over the project late, and secondly, when we took over this project, we still had some unfinished projects, which had a negative impact on time. Therefore, from this point of view, we also hope to gain the understanding and support of your construction unit. Zhao Manfu nodded repeatedly and said, your company has strong business capabilities and a lot of business, so naturally your staff is very busy. I understand this. I also support your work. When I heard Shaoli report that you didn't know when you would be able to return to the Nanshan project to check, I realized that you might be too busy. So we arranged for Shaoli to contact Gong Ding for instructions. If possible, we can send someone to the Magic City to check with Gong Ding. This led to the work arrangements for today's meeting and verification. Yi Jingshan replied, okay, thank you Mr. Zhao for your support. We have also made up our minds. In the past few days, all of Ding Gong's time has been devoted to handling your bid clearance report. One thing I want to emphasize about this verification is that we will neither favor party A nor party B. We will strictly stand in the middle and strictly implement the contract and the list pricing specifications. If you find that Mr. Ding is not doing well in this regard, you can send someone directly to the office inside to find me. Of course, if you want to break through these principles and come to me, it will not have any effect. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I agree with this and thank Team Leader Yi for his impartiality. Team Leader Yi, could you please leave your phone number? Yi Jingshan replied, you don't need to leave my phone number. You can mainly contact Ding Gong for your matters. If you really need to find me here, just go to the office inside and ask for Yi Jingshan, the leader of the cost team. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Team Leader Yi, we understand. Yi Jingshan asked, Mr. Zhao, do you have any questions to ask me? Zhao Manfu replied, I just came. The verification has not started yet and there are no problems at the moment. Yi Jingshan replied, as long as there is no problem. I have a meeting here later and I need to prepare. Mr. Ding, please check the bid clearance report with Mr. Zhao and the others. As long as it does not violate the principle, we can do it as soon as possible. Issue an audit report for clearing the bid. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay, Sister Yi, I will definitely try to complete the verification as soon as possible. After Yi Jingshan left, Ding Xiaohe asked, Gong Li, in this bid clearance report, you only gave me the electronic version of the bid clearance report and the pricing data of the software version. Have you recalculated all the project quantities? Li Shixuan replied, I have recalculated all the project quantities. Ding Xiaohe asked, do you have the calculation process documents and calculation formulas? Li Shixuan replied, yes, these documents are available. While answering Ding Xiaohe's question, Li Shixuan took out her laptop and turned on the power switch. Ding Xiaohe asked, oh, I haven't started the calculation yet. If we start all over again, it will take more than a week to finish. If I check after I finish the calculation, we estimate that we will have to spend 10 give it a day. I don't have such a long time. According to the time schedule given by the company, I am allowed up to 5 days to deal with this clearance and verification issue. Li Shixuan asked, if we completely recalculate, it would have taken me a full 10 days just to calculate the project quantities for my review. In our current situation, Mr. Ding, please think of a way to make the review faster. Right. Wherever my cooperation is needed, I promise that there will be no problem in fully cooperating. Ding Xiaohe replied, actually, if you can provide me with your calculation manuscripts and calculation formulas, it should be faster. Li Shixuan replied, I can't make the decision. Ding Xiaohe asked, didn't Mr. Zhao say today that he can make the decision? Mr. Zhao, please make a decision. Zhao Manfu replied, I can make the final decision. On this technical issue, Yunqing, please express your opinion. Zhang Yunqing responded promptly, Mr. Ding, we have all the documents you mentioned. I would like to know what methods you will use to improve the efficiency of the review after you obtain these documents. Ding Xiaohe replied, if those documents are copied to me, it will be very simple. I will calculate 1 every 30 lines in the calculation formula, and Li will check it face to face. Assuming that there is no difference after sampling many samples, I will directly use Li Gong's calculation data, but if there are problems with the data of the selected rows, I will have to rely entirely on my own calculations. Zhang Yunqing pondered for a while and then replied, your method is feasible. Another point is that some particularly valuable list items may not be randomly checked when checking using this method. I suggest that you extract the top 10 items from the list with the largest combined value, and conduct a spot check based on Xiao Li's calculation formula and calculation manuscript document. If there is a big difference, I hope that the data we calculated can be used. Ding Xiaohe replied, the general direction is fine. I will discuss the specific details with Li Gong. Zhang Yunqing heard that Ding Xiaohe agreed to the suggestion and arranged for Li Shixuan, copy your calculation formula and calculation manuscript to Ding Gong for review. In this case, we hope that the review can be completed in 2 or 3 days, and then we will spend another day talking about the quota application. It should be fine. Li Shixuan replied, okay, Mr. Ding, my files have been compressed. If I have a USB flash drive, would it be faster to copy it to you? Ding Xiaohe replied, forget it, today's USB flash drives are too evil and there are always various viruses. Let's use QQ to upload online files. Li Shixuan asked, can you give me one of your network cables? Ding Xiaohe replied, there is one available here. You can connect it to your computer and use it directly. After Li Shixuan took the network cable handed over by Ding Xiaohe and connected it to the computer, she opened the QQ software and sent the required files to Ding Xiaohe. When it was almost time to get off work, Ding Xiaohe said to Li Shixuan, Worker Li, this is the end of today's check. One of the things I handled in the morning needs to be worked overtime in the evening. Li Shixuan replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked, how many have been checked roughly? Li Shixuan replied, almost 30% of the project quantity has been verified. Zhang Yunqing said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, let's go. We've just checked here this afternoon. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Ding Xiaohe said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, you 2 leaders don't need to come tomorrow morning. You can wait until I check the preliminary results with Li Gong and then come back. If you have any questions, communicate again. Otherwise, it would be boring for you to sit here while we check the details of the budget. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I will listen to your notice. We will leave today. Tomorrow morning we will arrange for Xiao Li to come to you to continue checking. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay. You walk slowly. Li Xishuan, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhao Manfu left Ding Xiaohe's office, took the elevator downstairs, and walked along the sidewalk back to the Zhonglu Kalai Hotel. While walking on the road, Zhang Yunqing asked, Xiao Li, in the project quantities you checked with Ding Gong, is there a big discrepancy in the calculation results? Li Xishuan smiled and said, it's not big, basically there is no difference. But there is one thing that makes me feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yunqing asked, what makes you uncomfortable? Li Xishuan replied, for example, I calculated the quantity of steel bars to be 1.55 tons. If she calculated it to be 1.56 tons, she would rely on my data. If she calculated it to be 1.54 tons, she would ask for it. Hers. These small errors cannot be regarded as errors at all, but she insisted on correcting them. This situation made me feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yunqing answered, oh, it's caused by this kind of problem. In fact, this kind of problem often exists in our cost industry, and there is no way to say who is right and who is wrong. It is just a method often used in audit work. This small difference does not create an unacceptable fluctuation in the cost. You have to slowly get used to these routine practices. Think about it, if you were the auditor and the other party was the auditee, would you also want to do the same? Li Xishuan thought for a while and then replied, Mr. Zhang, you made a good point. If I were also the reviewer, I would probably want to do the same. Zhang Yunqing continued, when the time comes, you should also tell Mr. Ding about the review of the standard clearance report. After all, it is just an intermediate process. If conditions permit, ask her to adopt a version with a slightly larger project volume. This will be conducive to the control of the entire cost process. It is easy for you to review the cost, but this is not a construction drawing. If the actual construction cost in the future exceeds the total cost currently reviewed, multiple explanations will be required. As for the current situation of this project, because the drawings have changed, if an explanation is required, the comparison table will not be able to explain clearly. I believe that as long as you explain it to her clearly, she will understand how to review the engineering quantity data of this clearance report. Li Xishuan replied, okay, when I go to check with her tomorrow, I will share your opinions with Ding Gong and see if she will adjust her thinking. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhao Manfu asked, have you two been to Demon City before? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have never been here. Li Xishuan replied, I have never been here either. Zhao Manfu said, okay, after we return to the hotel, we will gather in the lobby after we have packed up and take you to the estuary of the river. The three people returned to the hotel and put their computers and laptops in the hotel room, then gathered in the hotel lobby. After Zhao Manfu saw everyone had arrived, he said, let's go, let's take a taxi to the Bund. The three of them took a taxi to the Bund, got off the bus and took a walk along the embankment. Zhao Manfu and Li Xishuan both like to take photos for nostalgia, while Zhang Yunqing doesn't like to take photos, but he can help them take photos. After playing for a while, Li Xishuan asked, Mr. Zhao, can I go on a cruise? Zhao Manfu replied, you can go if you want to sit. Li Xishuan asked again, can I be reimbursed? Zhao Manfu replied, we are here on a business trip for business and to have some fun. The boat tickets are a trivial matter. As long as everyone has a good time and manages the company's affairs satisfactorily, I will definitely agree to reimburse them. Li Xishuan replied, don't worry about work. If it can be reimbursed, I will use the borrowed money to buy a cruise ticket. Since there were many people queuing up to buy tickets, Li Xishuan waited for almost 20 minutes before buying the cruise ticket and returning. Li Xishuan said, it will take half an hour before we can board the ship. Mr. Zhao, is the tower opposite also open to the public? Zhao Manfu asked alertly, what's wrong? You want to go to that tower? Li Xishuan said, if it is possible, of course it will be. Zhao Manfu replied, if you can handle this matter in 3 days, we will go to the tower to play. How about it? Li Shixuan replied, okay, try to complete it in 3 days. Let me check the fare. Zhao Manfu asked, how is it? Is the price high? Li Shixuan replied, it's true that the consumption there is too high, so forget it. Zhao Manfu replied, let me see, oh, it is indeed not low. But it doesn't matter, this small amount of money is still affordable for the project. After the matter is settled, as long as we have time, we will find time to go there. After the 3 of them disembarked from the cruise ship, they found that they were already hungry, and some people's stomachs had already begun to growl. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, I haven't been so hungry for a long time. Let's find a place to eat quickly. What do you two want to eat? Zhang Yunqing replied, I don't have anything in particular to eat. Li Shixuan asked, can I have hot pot? Zhao Manfu replied, of course, as long as everyone is happy. However, hot pot may not be easy to find on the riverside, and there are too many tourists. Let's find a taxi point opposite and let the taxi help us find it. A famous hot pot restaurant nearby. With the help of a taxi, the 3 of them arrived at a hot pot restaurant that was doing a lot of business. Of course, the 3 of them still recommended Zhao Manfu to order. Zhao Manfu finished ordering the food and asked the 2 for their opinions, telling the waiter to serve the food faster and to order the ready-made food on the menu first. The waiter was also very helpful. He first brought some snacks, a cold fungus, and a few bottles of beer. Zhao Manfu said, come on, everyone is hungry, let's eat something to fill our stomachs first. Within 5 minutes, all the snacks and fungus were wiped out by the 3 of them. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, the fighting ability of the 3 of us is still good. When the wine is poured, please drink some. Li Shixuan and Zhang Yunqing each filled their own beer glasses with wine. Zhao Manfu raised his glass and said, thank you both, especially Shaoli, for checking the accounts all afternoon, but we ended up having dinner so late. Zhang Yunqing said nothing. Li Shixuan replied, it's not hard, I was traveling just now. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. The 3 of them drank their first drink together. Zhao Manfu invited the service over and asked, sister. What else is ready-made to eat and can be picked up immediately? You see, we ate all the food that was brought to us. The waitress replied, there are sliced pig ears, pig tails, boiled peanuts, etc. Zhao Manfu arranged, I want one of these 3 items. Can you come right away? The waiter's sister replied, I will bring it to you right away, within 3 minutes. Soon the waiter brought 3 plates to the 3 of them, including sliced pig ears, pig tails, and boiled peanuts. Zhao Manfu praised the waiter, sister, you are so fast, thank you. The waiter replied sheepishly, this is what I should do, please use it slowly. Then he turned and left to serve other customers. Zhao Manfu warmly greeted the 2 of them to hurry up and eat their food. Zhang Yunqing was thinking about why Zhao Manfu is so enthusiastic today. Is it because I feel so good after arriving in the Magic City? Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and called to Zhang Yunqing, drink, drink, what are you doing? Zhang Yunqing replied in confusion, who is stunned? After Zhao Manfu finished drinking, he put down his wine glass, refilled it for himself and said, let's chat while we eat. Let's book a book together. The hunger problem has almost been solved just now. Let's discuss what to do tomorrow's work. Neither of them spoke, falling into silence. Zhao Manfu asked, what's wrong? You don't even say anything. Zhang Yunqing replied, I don't know what to say. Li Shixuan replied, didn't she arrange it when we left Ding Gong's place in the afternoon? Let me go to check the project quantity data with her tomorrow. After checking out a preliminary result, I will ask your leaders to make a decision. Zhao Manfu raised his wine glass and said to Li Shixuan, Shaoli, come here and let me toast you a glass of wine. Li Shixuan quickly filled her wine glass and replied in a panic, Mr. Zhao, how can I ask the leader to propose a toast? I toast you. After finishing speaking, he drank the glass of beer with a tilt of his neck. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Shaoli, not bad. Drinking is quite refreshing. Li Shixuan replied with a blush on her face, but, Mr. Zhao, I haven't drunk much before, so I feel a little dizzy. Zhao Manfu replied, that may be because you are too tired these days. You can drink less in the future. Just give it a try. We internal people don't need to persuade you to drink. As long as you drink happily. Li Shixuan replied, okay, thank you Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu said again, do you know why I wanted to toast you just now? Li Shixuan shook her head, clearly expressing that she didn't know why. Zhao Manfu explained, it is precisely because of the work arrangement of Ding from the cost consulting unit this afternoon, so I know that you have a heavier burden. I am worried that you will not be able to cope with it tomorrow, so I want to communicate with you and understand your thoughts. Let's see if there are any difficulties that Mr. Zhang and I can provide help with. Li Shixuan replied, Mr. Zhao, I don't dare to say anything else. I have no difficulty or worry about checking the project quantities tomorrow. Especially since I checked some data with Ding Dong this afternoon, she didn't find any data that I calculated wrong. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu said, oh, it seems that I don't understand your technical situation. But I appreciate the confidence you expressed. Li Shixuan replied, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing again, you are usually the one arranging and checking Xiaoli's work. How sure are you of her confidence? Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, as for the current matter of checking the project quantity, I am quite satisfied with her confidence. To say it is 100% is too absolute, inappropriate, and there is an element of bragging in it. But I'm 99% sure that there should be no problem. Zhao Manfu asked in shock, oh, is there any reason for such a high evaluation? Zhang Yunqing replied, as far as the workload of this engineering quantity calculation is concerned, in principle half a month is enough for an average skilled person. However, Shaoli has been calculating this version of engineering quantities since he came here to work, and she has checked it with me several times. It can be said that even the problems with her original calculations have been fully improved and modified through practice and inspection in the past 2 months. Under normal circumstances, like this, no matter where the engineering quantities are verified, she should be able to remember where the index drawing corresponding to that engineering quantity is, where the detailed drawing is, and what the general content of the detailed drawing is. In other words, she herself should be very familiar with the amount of work required to clear the bid. So, do you think she has enough confidence? What's more, it also withstood the test of project quantity verification with engineer Ding this afternoon. After listening to Zhang Yunqing's speech, Zhao Manfu pondered for a while and then replied, well, Yunqing, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Li's confidence is indeed backed by a sufficient practical basis. Zhao Manfu paused and then said, according to what you two said, it means that there will be no problem for Xiao Li to go to Ding to check the project quantities by himself tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqing replied, there should be no problem. This verification task is as simple as taking an open book exam when studying, and Xiao Li has done the exam questions several times. Zhao Manfu said, okay, then Xiao Li will go to face Ding Dong alone tomorrow. The two of us are waiting in the hotel. If there is any situation, please call us at any time to communicate with the people from the cost company. Li Shixuan replied, okay, no problem. The three of them ate and chatted for nearly 2 hours before happily taking a taxi and leaving. The next day, Li Shixuan went alone to check the day's project quantities with Ding Qiaohe. After returning to the hotel in the evening, she told Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing that they had finished checking the project quantities. Ding Qiaohe's opinion was to check the quota on the 3rd day. In order to speed up the progress, he asked Zhang Yunqing to go with him to check in person. On the 3rd day, Li Shixuan and Zhang Yunqing went to the Yiji company in the Magic City where Ding Qiaohe was working. The three people quickly reached a consensus on the calculated differences in project quantities. But there are some disputes in the communication of list unit prices. Ding Xiaohe pointed out that some of the comprehensive unit prices in the list were relatively high and needed to be reduced. Zhang Yunqing disagreed, believing that since the high comprehensive unit prices need to be adjusted down, it is natural to raise some lower comprehensive unit prices. Zhang Yunqing's opinion is about the issue of comprehensive unit price. Some of the original bidding lists still implement the comprehensive unit price of the original contract list. Only those projects that are not in the original bidding list are subject to the relevant finalization and implementation of supporting cost policy documents in accordance with the general contractor's contract. Ding Xiaohe thought Zhang Yunqing's approach was unreasonable, but Zhang Yunqing asked Ding Xiaohe to consult experienced people within his own cost company on this matter of principle and read their opinions before drawing a conclusion. Ding Xiaohe couldn't argue with this principled issue for a while, so he followed Zhang Yunqing's suggestion and went to find Yi Jingshan, the leader of the cost team. After hearing what Ding Xiaohe reported, Yi Jingshan. Tell Yi Jingshan that the principles mentioned by Zhang Yunqing are reasonable and comply with the national list pricing standards and the opinions stipulated in the contract for this project. At the same time, it is recommended that Ding Xiaohe not blindly strive for the interests of the construction unit, and not do things that deliberately harm the interests of the construction unit. We should work strictly from a middle ground and serve both parties A and B well. Only in this way can we truly promote the smooth development of labor-rushing projects. After communicating with Yi Jingshan, Ding Xiaohe returned to the conference room and told Zhang Yunqing their opinions after the communication. The two parties reached an agreement in principle. The three of them went through each list of each major and carefully studied the quotas, material prices, etc. used in the bid list. Anyone who had any objections was raised, and both parties who needed explanation were justified. Strive to explain. Basically by 8 o'clock in the evening, all three of them were exhausted, but luckily they were finally done. Zhang Yunqing asked, "It's been a hard day today. Our Western construction will treat you and your colleagues who are still working overtime to have dinner together tonight." Ding Xiaohe stretched and replied, "Forget it, I'm not that lucky. My leader sent me a text message, and I have to attend a meeting organized by her to review our bid clearance report in half an hour." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Is the schedule so tight?" Ding Xiaohe asked, "Don't you know that it is normal for cost consulting companies to work overtime? We always have endless overtime." 51. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Understood. Understood. Then let's check the revised documents of the bid clearance report together tomorrow." Ding Xiaohe replied, "According to our company's regulations, after we have verified the project quantities and the inventory quotas with the construction unit, we will issue an internal bid clearance audit report document. However, this report document is not allowed to be shown to your construction unit first. It must first be reviewed by the construction unit and deemed to be no problem. Then, the construction unit will send it to you for review. If you have any opinions, then you can come to us for communication." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I understand. In this way, our official work in the Magic City this time will be considered completed. We won't come to check it for you tomorrow. You can go back to the Nanshan Project Department, right?" Ding Xiaohe replied, "The answer is correct. You can leave tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. Then please hurry up and submit the audit report. Since you don't give us the chance to treat you to dinner, we will have to have dinner ourselves. Goodbye, Mr. Ding." Ding Xiaohe replied, "Bye. You go slowly." Li Shixuan replied, "Bye, Mr. Ding, welcome to come to the Nanshan project early." Li Shixuan and Zhang Yunqing took their packed computer bags and left the Yiji Company office in Magic City. On their way back to the hotel, Zhang Yunqing called Zhao Manfu and said, "Mr. Zhao, have you had dinner? We just finished our work. We are on our way back." Zhao Manfu laughed on the phone and said, "You guys who are doing business haven't had dinner, how can I dare to eat it?" I'm still waiting for you. I'm already hungry, so come back quickly. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. It will take about 15 minutes. We will meet in the lobby of the hotel. After the three people gathered in the lobby of the hotel, Zhao Manfu said, there is a good restaurant here. I tried it myself at noon. Zhang Yunqing replied, since you have already tried the food, let's go and have another meal. After the three of them arrived at the restaurant recommended by Zhao Manfu quickly ordered food and drinks. Zhang Yunqing reported, Mr. Zhao, today we have checked all the lists and quota applications. So far, the results of this bid clearance report are basically consistent with the results of the bid clearance report we prepared at that time. There are no findings. Big deviation. Zhao Manfu asked, then when will they give us the audit report? Zhang Yunqing reported Ding Xiaohe's opinions on the audit report to Zhao Manfu again, and then said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, it can be said that our work in the Magic City has been completed normally this time. We will be free tomorrow. We can play for a day or two before returning to the Nanshan Project Department. Zhao Manfu replied, of course. Come on, let's have a drink and celebrate. Let's have fun tomorrow. It was just dawn and Li Shixuan couldn't sleep, so she got up and used her computer to search online to see where she could go. She chose a few alternative tourist attractions and wanted to discuss it with Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing later so they could decide where to go. By the time all this was done, it was almost 9 o'clock. Li Shixuan went to the restaurant on the ground floor of the hotel to have breakfast and saw Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing already sitting there. Li Shixuan got her breakfast food and then went to the table where Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing were. Zhao Manfu smiled and asked, Xiao Li, how are you? Have you found a place to play? Li Shixuan happily answered, there are some scenic spots in the city, but most of them are for visiting ancient buildings. Within a radius of 100 kilometers outside the city, there are several 5A scenic spots, some of which are more natural scenery, and some are more late stage. Be more humane. Mr. Zhao, what type of attractions do you want to visit? Zhao Manfu replied, it doesn't matter when I fall, I can go anywhere. Yunqing, do you have any suggestions for places you want to go? Zhang Yunqing replied, I like traveling. Generally, I don't choose any place I haven't been to before. I have never been to the Magic City, so I can go anywhere. Zhao Manfu arranged, this way it will be simple. Xiaoli, just be a tour guide. We can go wherever you choose. Li Shixuan replied, okay, after I finish eating, I will go up and study it immediately, and then tell you the destination. Li Shixuan quickly finished her breakfast and went upstairs to continue looking for her travel destination. Zhao Manfu was busy answering text messages and phone calls while eating breakfast. Suddenly, Zhao Manfu said to Zhang Yunqing, oh no, we can't travel today. Zhang Yunqing looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Isn't it our decision whether to go or not? Zhao Manfu replied, originally, I decided that we would all go on a trip today. But just now the leader of Jingchuan Group personally called me and asked me to return today to attend an emergency work rush meeting organized by their company. He said that he was very dissatisfied with our current work rush schedule. Zhang Yunqing asked, what should we do now? Will we return to the Nanshan project immediately? Zhao Manfu replied, yes, that's the only way. Tell Xiaoli right away, forget about this trip, and go there next time when you have the chance. In addition, you should call the project cashier Tang Ying immediately and help us book the earliest flight back to the Nanshan project in 2.5 hours. Zhang Yunqing replied dissatisfied, oh, it's all gone. We worked hard every day to shorten the verification time, but in the end, an emergency meeting was waiting for us. The plan really couldn't keep up with the changes. Complaints are complaints, but Zhang Yunqing quickly picked up the phone and called Li Shixuan, Xiaoli, there is no need to check the travel destination. Li Shixuan replied, what's wrong? I've already checked it out and am about to send a message to you two leaders. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's because Mr. Zhao just received a call from the leader of Jingchuan Group, requesting Mr. Zhao to rush to the emergency meeting held at Nanshan this afternoon. Li Shixuan replied, okay. Then when will we leave the hotel and go to the airport? Zhang Yunqing replied, it should be soon. Be prepared to leave the hotel at any time. I will ask Tang Ying to help book a flight immediately. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Li Shixuan, he immediately called the project financial cashier and said, Xiao Tang, if I need to trouble you, please help us immediately book 3 tickets for the emergency return to the Nanshan project from Shanghai. Tang Ying asked, which specific time period is suitable for flying? Johua Bookstore. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao's arrangement is to help us book the earliest flight back to the Nanshan project 2.5 hours from now. Tang Ying replied, don't hang up the phone, I'm checking on the computer right now. What a coincidence, there happens to be a flight taking off in 2.5 hours. Have you booked a ticket? Zhang Yunqing replied, hurry up and book your tickets, we will leave from the hotel right away. Tang Ying replied, okay, after booking, the 3 of you will receive a text message with ticket information. If you do not receive a text message after 10 minutes, please contact me in time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Thank you. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Tang Ying, he put away his phone, stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, the flight ticket was booked according to your request and will take off in 2.5 hours. Let's hurry upstairs to pack and check out. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing called Li Shixuan and immediately packed up and went downstairs to check out and go to the airport. The 3 of them checked out 20 minutes later, took a taxi and left the hotel for the airport. The plane was delayed in Shanghai, and it would be difficult to catch up with the leaders of Jingchuan Group to organize an emergency meeting. Zhao Manfu called again to inform him of the actual situation, and asked that he not have to wait for the meeting. But the reply from the leader of Jingchuan Group was to hold a special meeting, and they must wait until Zhao Manfu attends the meeting and when he arrives in the conference room and when the meeting will begin. All 3 of them fell into anxious waiting. A few hours later, the plane finally landed at Nanshan Airport. During the taxiing process, the aircraft broadcast reminded passengers, the plane has landed at Nanshan Airport. The outside temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. The plane is taxiing. For the safety of you and others, please do not wait. Stand up or open the luggage rack. After the plane comes to a complete stop, please unbuckle your seatbelt, pack your carry-on items and prepare to get off the plane. Please pay attention to safety when taking items from the luggage rack. Please go to the luggage compartment for your checked luggage. Collect it at the pickup area. Passengers who need to transfer to other places at this station should go to the transfer counter in the departure room. Thank you for choosing Nanhai Airlines. See you next time. Thanks. Anxious Zhao Manfu waited patiently for the broadcast prompt and hurriedly turned on the turned-off mobile phone as soon as possible. Several missed call reminders increased Zhao Manfu's nervousness and made him even more irritable. Zhao Manfu's phone rang suddenly, and he answered the call, we just landed and stopped, and we're still on the plane. Zhou Wenqing's anxious voice came over the phone, I'm waiting for you at exit 1. The leaders of Jingchuan Group are going crazy. They call me every 10 minutes to ask when you can arrive. Zhao Manfu replied, you can give them a reply. Now we should be able to estimate the time. Zhou Wenqing replied, under normal circumstances, if there is no traffic jam, it will probably take at least 40 minutes before we can reach the conference room of the Jingchuan Group office building. Zhao Manfu arranged, you can call the leaders of Jingchuan Group and explain the time. I won't call them back. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay. I will send them a text message immediately to clarify the time. Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, and Li Shixuan quickly arrived at exit number 1, boarded the car driven by Zhou Wenqing, and drove away towards Jingchuan Group. A group of 4 people went straight to the conference room of the Nanhai branch of Jingchuan Group. Zhao Manfu nodded apologetically to Wang Pingan, the head of Nanhai branch of Jingchuan Group, as a greeting, and found a seat to sit down. Wang Pingan gently knocked on the conference table and said, "Okay, all the people who must be present for our garden and landscape engineering work rush meeting today have arrived. We will start the meeting now. First, let me tell you the reason for holding this special meeting. The day before yesterday, the leaders of our group company came here to visit the relevant leaders of the owner. Owner leaders raised some questions about the rush for work, especially those involving landscaping. The leaders of our Jingchuan Group company had already assured the owner at that time that the current problems of the project must be solved, and no matter how much it cost, we would be able to complete the work on time. Now let me ask the bosses of the first, second and third bids to tell you one by one what the main difficulties currently are and what kind of help is needed." Zhao Manfu waited for Wang Pingan to finish and said, "I am Zhao Manfu, the production manager of the Nanhai area of Western Construction in the first bid section, and I am here to report on the situation in the first bid section. The main difficulties currently existing in our bidding section are: 1. The construction design drawings are not perfect. We have raised this issue many times and it has not been completely resolved. 2. Due to the rush for work at the site, the required visa documents were kept being delayed for us to sign, which made it difficult for us to make arrangements. Because the company requires the visa of the applicant, it must be processed accordingly. This matter does not involve much money, but it greatly affects our actual work progress. Hope this can be resolved. 3. There are always some unexpected emergency construction tasks assigned to us. Can we study them as a whole and make centralized arrangements to digest them? 4. The progress payment is not forward-looking. When we asked the company for money to pay the next payment, the company asked us to clarify how much we can get back. According to the current model, we have no idea at all. Wang Pingan arranged, please ask the Design Institute to reply to Mr. Zhao's first question. Someone from the Design Institute replied, our institute is responsible for the design of the entire project. To be honest, for such a large project and having to provide design drawings in such a short time, it is inevitable that there will be some gaps. If there are still some unresolved issues regarding the construction design drawings, my suggestion is to ask each unit to formulate a written document and send it to the supervisor, general contractor, construction agent unit Jingchuan Group and the contact person of our design institute. If everyone can meet to discuss, we will discuss it at a meeting. If we can't, we will communicate on the phone first. After negotiating a solution as quickly as possible, we will implement it first, and then complete the complete written procedures. After hearing this, Wang Pingan replied, I think the Design Institute's approach can indeed save a lot of time in rushing work compared to the original process of starting work only after formal procedures are completed. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Manfu replied, I think this idea of the Design Institute is quite good. But I hope that we can designate a docking person from the Design Institute for each bid section, otherwise the information feedback cycle will be too long. The people from the Design Institute asked back, Mr. Zhao, everyone in our Design Institute is rushing to draw pictures. How can there be so many people allocated to connect with each winning bidder? I sorted it out and divided the general contractor and professional subcontractors. According to statistics, there are more than 10 units. Zhao Manfu replied, the leadership of the Design Institute is reasonable. The designated contact person I requested did not say that it must be your Design Institute that requires different people to handle each bid section. For example, if we bid for 3 garden landscape bids, you can use one docking person to assign us 3 bids. Is this possible? The person from the Design Institute replied, if you put it like this, it is equivalent to designating docking people according to professional divisions. In this case, the number of docking people will be reduced a lot. I think it is feasible. I will provide it to you after the meeting. Wang Pingan arranged, okay. This issue of design is clearly explained. Don't solve it after the meeting. Please ask the Design Institute to write the name and contact number of the contact person to the person who will make the minutes of this meeting for us. We will write it directly into the minutes of this meeting to facilitate subsequent work arrangements. The person from the Design Institute replied, "Okay. I'll write it right away." Wang Pingan then arranged, "As for the issue of not signing the on-site visa, please ask Tao Ting, the person in charge of the cost, to answer it." Tao Ting said, "As for the issue of visas, we at Jingchuan Group did not refuse to sign, but it was because we had agreed at the early stage of the rush to work. If the rush to work is completed, everyone will sign. If the rush to work is not completed, it is impossible to sign." Of Zhuang Jiren from the second bid section replied, "Mr. Tao, if you say this, it sounds okay on the surface. I also tried to tell the labor workers and material and machinery suppliers below. They don't accept this argument. They say how much work they do, how much money they charge. The rush work we are currently arranging, to be honest, we work until after 12 o'clock every night, and we have to go to work at 6 o'clock the next morning. Both the machinery and the people are a little bit intolerable. The work efficiency during the work rush period is much lower than that during the non-rush work period. If during the rush to work, everyone does not sign when the situation is clear, then after the rush to work is completed, your owner will be a temporary organization, and their personnel will return to their original units. What I want to ask is, even if he wants to sign by then, can he still sign? If we hold a meeting because we really want to understand the problem clearly and truly solve the problem, then I suggest that we all not just speak from our own standpoint. You can try to speak from a middle position. You can also put yourself in someone else's shoes. You think of you as us and we think of you. Then, think about what to do. I'm sorry, because this has such a huge impact, I'm a little excited, and I ask for your understanding, leaders." Wang Pingyun commented, "The purpose of our special meeting is to find and solve problems. I just waited for Mr. Zhao Manfu to wait for a long time to hold this emergency meeting. I think Mr. Zhuang of the second bidding section just now said it very well. Tao Ting, please change your thinking and see what you should do if you stand in the middle position. What should you do if you stand in the position of professional subcontracting?" Tao Ting replied aggrievedly, "Our original approach was because we were afraid that the company would make mistakes, so we did not consider whether their professional subcontracting was acceptable or whether it could be executed well." Tao Ting paused and then continued, "Why do you say that?" "Because such a timely visa can avoid the problem of fake visa time, which is more conducive to the protection of economic interests. If I speak from the perspective of a construction unit, it would be difficult for me to speak without experience." There was laughter in the conference room. Zhao Manfu asked, "Mr. Tao, based on what you said just now, can our construction unit understand that those visas that were not signed in the early stage can start to be brought to the supervisor for review and signature by you?" Tao Ting replied, "Theoretically it is possible, but such a big matter must be decided by the company." Wang Pingyun said, "The visa matter has been decided today. It will be signed in time according to the actual situation. But I have one request, which is to ensure the smooth implementation of the work rush. If there are problems with the work rush arrangement, we will impose penalties. Terms. In other words, those who deserve to be recognized must be recognized, and those who deserve to be punished must be punished. Do you bidders have no objections to this?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Biao has no objection." Zhuang Jiren replied, Biao has no objection." The leader sent from the headquarters of Fuxiang Company where Yu Linfei worked replied, Biao has no objection." Wang Pingyun asked, "Mr. Zhao, the third point you mentioned is that there are always some sudden emergency construction tasks arranged for you. Can you study them as a whole and make centralized arrangements to digest the problems? What does this mean? Can you explain it with an example?" Zhao Manfu paused and replied, "Okay. Mr. Yao, the general contractor here, is also here. Maybe what I say will affect Mr. Yao's mood." Yao Ping said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, it's okay. If you have something to say, as long as it's not deliberately smearing, we are doing everything to solve the problem, so we can say anything. It won't affect my mood. Zhao Manfu smiled awkwardly and said, okay. Mr. Yao. Then I will report it. For example, a few days ago, the general contractor had a stainless steel railing for barrier-free access, which was temporarily arranged for us to construct. Our company is a listed company, and our management in this area is relatively strict. We also need to go through the bidding and price comparison process, which is quite time-consuming. I am talking about similar issues like this. In fact, Jingchuang, the Design Institute, the general contractor Huadi, supervision, and professional subcontracting units can gather together to hold a drawing discussion meeting with the participation of technical personnel to draw up the construction boundary lines of each unit. Be clear and clear. In this case, it will be clearer which work is done by which unit, and these emergencies can be reduced. Yao Ping replied, I agree with Mr. Zhao's suggestion, but there are many units involved. I suggest that Jingchuang organize this meeting. Wang Pingyuan replied, I also agree with Mr. Zhao's proposal, but in our Jingchuang organization, my frequent absence will affect the implementation progress of the project. In this way, I have established a principle. After this meeting, Mr. Yao of the General Contracting Unit will personally organize it. After the meeting, written results must be produced. After all your units have divided the boundary lines, the total will equal the entire project. It's okay if there are errors, omissions, and overlaps. Yao Ping replied, okay, obey Mr. Wang's arrangement. Wang Pingyuan asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by the fourth point you mentioned, that progress payment is not forward-looking? What I want to ask is, what is forward-looking progress payment? What do you specifically want to do? Zhao Manfu answered, with our current arrangement for grabbing jobs, if you have money, you can actually grab them quickly. But if you don't have money, you have to measure how much you have in your hands no matter what you do. Money, how to complete the construction tasks with as little cash as possible, which will undoubtedly greatly lengthen the time period between the implementation of the plan and the actual construction. Therefore, in this case, the work arrangement of rushing for work has become lively, but the actual effect is unsatisfactory. It is difficult to implement any project that requires cash. Cash is involved: steel, wood, stone, cement, sand, seedlings and other major materials. In addition, for non-cash transactions, where progress payments are made, the cost will increase by more than 30% on the basis of cash transactions. In this way, the greater the rush for work, the greater the profit loss of the construction unit. That's why I propose that the payment of progress payments should be forward-looking. The specific method of this can be to estimate the output value expected to be completed in the next month at the end of each month. As the construction agent, you can make a prediction of the next payment amount in advance. Once the time node arrives, complete the progress review within 2 days and pay for the construction immediately. The unit's progress payment does not allow the construction unit to guess when the payment will be returned, how much it will be returned, etc. Wang Pingyuan replied, I heard a rough idea. Tao Ting, you are expressing your professional judgment. Tao Ting replied, okay. Mr. Wang. Theoretically speaking, the forward-looking approach to progress payments proposed by Mr. Zhao can be achieved. At the end of each month, the construction party will discuss with the supervisor and our agent the amount of work expected to be completed in the next month, and the output value corresponding to these amounts of work will be calculated and reported. We usually arrange to review their forecast output data. When the payment node is approaching, all parties will go to the site to check. If the forecast is consistent, they will sign and approve it directly. If it is less than the forecast data, the output value corresponding to some unrealized project quantities will be deducted. If it is more than the forecast output value, just add it now. This matter has no technical obstacles at all and can be achieved through the joint efforts of everyone. Wang Pingyuan asked Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, is what Tao Ting said consistent with what you said? Can you accept it? Zhao Manfu replied, "What Mr. Tao said is basically the same as what I said, and what Mr. Tao said was more professional, handled it more perfectly, and anticipated several possible situations. Our first bid is completely acceptable." Wang Pingyan asked Zhuang Jiren, "Where is the second standard?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "If we can achieve the progress payment processing method just mentioned by Mr. Zhao and Mr. Tao, our second bidder guarantees that we can complete the work rush task according to the time schedule. If there is an error, we will accept the penalty and accept the penalty. We will never pulling a muscle." Wang Pingyan smiled and said, "Okay, I like Mr. Zhuang's statement. It's not that I don't want to give money, but I'm afraid that even if I give money, you still won't arrange the job grab well." What are the opinions of the three bidders? The leader of Fuxian Company, Yu Linfei, replied, "Sanbiao agrees that this progress payment should have forward-looking opinions." Sanbiao also expressed its position here. As long as the progress payment is paid in time, our work rush task arrangements will definitely be completed in time. Be willing to accept punishment if something goes wrong. Wang Pingyan said, "Okay, what I want is your statement and your determination to rush for work. Are there any other problems in each bidding section?" Zhuang Jiren raised his right hand and said, "Mr. Wang, I have a more important question." Wang Pingyan arranged, "Okay, Mr. Zhuang, please tell me what the problem is." Zhuang Jiren quickly scanned the venue and then looked at Wang Pingyan and expressed calmly, "The reason why I say it is a more important issue is because this issue involves every construction unit. Because our current project only has one bidding construction drawing during the bidding process, the difference between the actually implemented construction drawing and the bidding construction drawing is very large. For example, in the landscape part of our garden, it can be said that the arrangement of seedlings has been completely changed, most of the stone materials in the garden building part have been changed, and the lighting fixtures in the water and electricity part have been changed. All these changes are to be implemented in accordance with the local policy document, Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations, as stipulated in the contract. In other words, the quality and price appraisal of materials involved in design changes must be handled in accordance with the regulations of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations. But at present, this policy document has just been recovered, and no one has fully understood it yet. Therefore, I would like to request the construction agency that the approval time for all design changes should not exceed 1 month to complete the review and confirmation. Otherwise, when the project is completed and the quality and price verification has not been completed, then the interests of our construction unit can be said to be unprotected." Wang Pingyan arranged, "Tao Ting, please explain this issue of quality and price recognition." Tao Ting replied, "Regarding the issue of quality assurance and price recognition. The matter of quality assurance is not in my department." Wang Pingyan replied, "The matter of quality assurance is simple. This is something we can settle by ourselves, and it is also our responsibility. For matters of quality assurance, please ask the construction unit to contact the supervision, design, and engineering departments of our construction agency. All the units need to do is sign and confirm." Tao Ting, please tell me about the price recognition. Tao Ting continued, "As for the valuation matter, I also carefully read the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document. His right to subscribe clearly stipulates that it is with the Audit Bureau, not with us. Therefore, what I want to say is that as a construction agency, we can only do a good job of cooperation. I can guarantee here that we will not cause any obstacles to your valuation application work and that we can complete the cooperation work as soon as possible. However, the progress of the appraisal work and the quality of the price still require each construction unit to give full play to their respective strengths, just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing its magical powers." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Mr. Tao, if your construction agency doesn't come forward, it might not be suitable if our construction agency just looks for it. At the very least, you need to find the auditors and ask them clearly who is responsible for these things, how to do them specifically, and who can make the final decision. You should also ask for help. Otherwise, look at how we have so many construction units now, how can we handle it? Tao Ting replied, Mr. Zhuang, if you say that, I will make it clearer. What is the purpose of your construction unit to find someone else? You have to think clearly. If we go to help you find it, are they all doing business? Especially since we are a construction agency, we can't say too much whether your price is profitable or not. If we go and talk to the audit bureau, wouldn't it mean that our construction agency will do whatever the audit bureau says? Think about it, is that the case? After listening to Tao Ting's words, Zhuang Jiren knew that what the other party said made sense, but this was obviously the construction party's matter, so why could it be out of control now? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't answer casually, so he fell into deep thought. Wuyo Novel Network. The venue fell into silence for a while. Zhao Manfu waited for a few minutes and laughed, then broke the silence with a smile and said, what Mr. Tao just said is also true. Well, I propose that we can handle this matter by merging similar items. For example, if we have 3 landscaping companies, we can discuss and submit a batch of them ourselves. Another example is interior decoration units. They can also merge similar items and report them in one batch. For each batch of reports, a leading unit is selected to run the review process. When the construction agent is required to come forward, then Mr. Tao will be asked to provide priority support in terms of time coordination to ensure that it does not affect our price review time schedule. Take a look, what do you think? Does it work? Mr. Tao. Tao Ting thought for a while and then nodded and replied, well, I think Mr. Zhao's proposal is in line with our current actual situation. I think it is feasible. I will also give each construction unit their due consideration on the time allocation issue. It is strongly supported by the price event arrangement. Wang Pingyan asked, do the second and third bidders agree with the current quality and price assessment methods? Zhuang Jiren replied, at present, I have not thought of a better way. I agree to handle it this way. The leader of Fuxian Company, Yu Linfei, replied, Sanbiao has no opinion on this issue. Sanbiao still has a problem. Wang Pingyan instructed, if you have any questions, please speak up. The leader of Fuxian Company, Yu Linfei, replied, our company has been having some accidents recently when moving earth and seedlings into the site. These accidents look a bit like accidents, but we have nothing to do and cannot afford to cause them, can't hide but can't hide. Although this kind of thing is not serious, it affects the emotions of managers and labor workers, and they often get into fights. This also causes us a headache. I wonder if Mr. Wang can help solve the safety issues around this project. Wang Pingyan asked, do the first and second standards have this safety issue mentioned by the third standard? Zhuang Jiren replied, we have some such problems, but we always let the labor team solve them by themselves. If we solve them once, we will pay some bonuses and that's it. However, as Sanbiao said, there are indeed some sequelae, and I am thinking about how to deal with it. Of course, it would be great if Mr. Wang could find relevant departments to strengthen their efforts to solve the problem. Zhao Manfu asked Zhou Wenqing to talk about Yibiao's safety issues. Zhou Wenqing said, Mr. Wang, our first bid has also encountered problems like those of the second and third bids. In addition to taking care of my work arrangements, I also have to always be on guard against those gangsters around me who may cause trouble. We have some workers with strong fighting ability, and we will arrange some in each work shift. Whenever something happens, we will go up to work on them. Of course, this also increases our legal risks and construction costs. Anyway, our Yibiao is not used to their problem. Wang Pingyan replied, it seems that there are problems with surrounding security, and they are quite serious. In the future, if you find problems, please call the police. I will communicate with the relevant departments and solve them as soon as possible. Zhou Wenqing replied, calling the police, it can't be solved as quickly as we ourselves. Wang Pinggan replied, then you use your own methods to solve the problem first. I will also find relevant departments to strengthen the surrounding security forces. This will not only ensure a quick solution to the problem, but also solve the sequelae you are worried about. Zhou Wenqing replied, "This is the best thing." Wang Pingyan asked, "Do you have any other big questions?" Everyone in the conference room shook their heads and said no. Wang Pingyan continued, "The purpose of today's meeting is to understand everyone's difficulties and demands and negotiate a reliable solution. So far, it seems that the meeting has been relatively successful. But one thing needs to be emphasized: everything we do is to complete the rush work on time according to the owner's requirements. If you have any new major problems in the future, please feel free to contact me at any time to coordinate and resolve them." This concludes the meeting. Thank you everyone. There was a burst of joyful applause in the conference room, and each construction unit felt more confident. The happy expressions were naturally shown on the faces of the participants. Zhao Manfu came to Wang Pingyan and said, "Mr. Wang, I keep asking you to have dinner, but you never have time. It's better to choose a different day than to hit the sun. Today is also the time to have dinner at this time. We at Western Architecture's Wedong invites you all to have dinner together." Wang Pingyan replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. Normally, if we invite everyone to a meeting today, it's my turn to invite everyone to have dinner together. But the owner also made an appointment for us and the supervisor to rush there soon. Hold a meeting of the leadership organization. Let's choose a time to get together later." Zhao Manfu looked at Wang Pingyan with slightly disappointed eyes and said, "Mr. Wang, let me follow your arrangements. We will find time to gather together later. We will go back to arrange work first." Zhao Manfu and his party of 4 left the conference room of Nanhai branch of Jingchuan Group and returned to the project department in a car driven by Zhou Wenqing. After the car parked, Zhou Wenqing asked, "Mr. Zhao, we talked about so many things in the meeting today. After dinner, should you organize a meeting for the project department?" Zhao Manfu replied, "It's your business to organize meetings." "What meetings should I organize?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "I'm not used to organizing meetings. I just arrange what I know to the people who need to know." Zhao Manfu expressed magnanimously, "Although management is a science, I think there is no fixed way. As long as the method you adopt complies with the company's regulations and can meet the owner's requirements, come to me if you have no trouble." "Approved." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay, then I will do it my way." Zhou Wenqing said to Zhang Yunqing again, "You will be responsible for the implementation of business, cost, and progress applications. I will also arrange production personnel to cooperate." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, let's split up after dinner." Zhang Yunqing posted a message in the Nanshan Project Department Management Group, "There will be a meeting in the business office at 8 o'clock this evening, and no leave is allowed. Participants, Zhang Yunqing, Yu Danjun, Li Xishuan, Wang Ming, Yuxingjie. Please reply. Shaoli. If anyone does not reply within 10 minutes, please call to inform them of the meeting." Replies received were sent to the QQ group one after another, and the reply was missing a king's name. Sweet Potato Novel Network. Seeing that the time for the meeting was approaching, Wang Ming still did not reply in the QQ group. Zhang Yunqing asked Li Xishuan, "Wang Ming has not responded to the message announcing the meeting. Have you called him?" Li Xishuan replied hesitantly, "Hit. Zhang Yunqing asked again, "Then how did the king reply to you?" Li Xishuan replied, "He said he was having dinner with the supplier." Zhang Yunqing frowned and asked, "Suppliers, all suppliers now are rushing for work. Did he tell which supplier he ate with?" Li Xishuan replied, "It seems to be the stainless steel railing manufacturer that just won the bid." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Comrade Wang Ming's consciousness is too low. How can he regard dining with suppliers as more important than the project department's notification of a work meeting? And tonight's meeting is still as important as if. Forget it, ignore him. In the future, everyone should be more cautious when dealing with Wang Ming." Zhang Yunqing saw that everyone was here, so he arranged, "There are only 4 of us in the meeting, please bring a chair and sit next to me." Wang Ming did not choose to come back for the meeting because he was having dinner with his supplier. After the meeting, Yu Dongjin was responsible for passing on the information about the meeting to him. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay. Zhang Yunqing said, this afternoon, Wang Pingyan, the person in charge of Nanhai branch of Jingchuan Group, organized our 3 garden landscape units to hold a special emergency meeting on rushing for work. At the meeting, various units raised roughly 6 major issues, and it can be said that they were basically satisfactorily resolved. Let me talk about things related to our business side. 1. Forward-looking work on progress payment. The person in charge of the business side is Yu Dongjin. You are responsible for cooperating with the production manager Su Kun to sort out which areas are expected to be completed next month and to what extent, and then feed the information back to Li Shixuan. Li Shixuan was responsible for separating this part of the engineering quantity data from the original calculated data and quickly providing it to Yu Dongjin. Then Yu Dongjin compiled the corresponding progress output value budget document based on our bid list, and submitted it to the general contractor for reporting statistics. Our progress payment amount for next month is basically calculated based on this estimated output value and as stipulated in the contract. Li Shixuan happened to attend the afternoon meeting together, so she should understand. Yu Dongjin, do you understand what I mean? Yu Dongjin replied, I understand roughly. It is the output value expected to be completed this month and next month, and detailed inventory data needs to be formed. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. It's just that you can't handle this matter alone. You need to contact Su Kun laterally and Li Shixuan needs to work closely with you. Yu Dongjin promised, no problem, I will go to Su Kun in time. Zhang Yunqing continued, didn't the original construction agency Jingchuan Group refuse to sign the visa for us? This time, after Mr. Zhao raised it at the meeting, their person in charge, Mr. Wang Pinggan, expressed his position in person and agreed to apply for a visa for us in a timely manner and requested that the procedures be completed. Yu Dongjin replied, then this is great. It completely solves our problem of not matching the visa relationship between upper and lower levels. It avoids the need to explain repeatedly to the company's managers, and is more conducive to the production and supply of the project department. The arrangement of business work has solved everyone's worries about incomplete procedures. You can search, Trillion Market Value is Not a Dream Novel Cool Notes, on Baidu to find the latest chapters. Zhang Yunqing affirmed Yu Dongjin's words, you analyzed it very well. This is very good news for our project department. But this matter still requires the cooperation between our business and production, to sort out all the visas that have happened, to check for any omissions and to fill in the gaps. Yu Dongjin is also responsible for discussing this matter with Su Kun. If there are no problems, the visa will be formed directly. If there are problems or you feel that you are not sure about it, you can print it out first and then ask me to modify the visa form. This matter will be handled in batches, and the original visas will be sorted out within a week from now. Yu Dongjin replied, the week will probably be very tight, because he has to attach a budget letter to every visa. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then we will tentatively plan to complete it within 10 days. We can't delay it any longer. If we delay it for a long time, other people's visas will be signed in front of us. Jingchuan Group's visas are too many, so I guess I will be upset. If you don't dare to sign or the review is very strict, it will seriously affect the realization of our company's interests. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. I understand. Zhang Yunqing continued, at today's meeting, we also agreed that we should start the matter of quality and price verification. Su Kun and his colleagues will take the lead in the production. Of course, this will involve the procurement of necessary materials, Wang Ming, and seedlings purchased from Xinjie. Regarding the price recognition, Mr. Zhao Manfu and I will be responsible for running the peripheral checkpoints. Regarding the internal valuation sample form, Li Shixuan was asked to find the form in the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document to formulate. The data on materials and seedlings were provided by Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie respectively. Yu Dongjin must remember to remind Wang Ming, who did not attend the meeting today, to do this. The result documents will be handed over to Li Shixuan for summary, and finally the result documents will be handed over to me for review. Yu Dongjin replied, "Why do you ask me to tell him?" "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I don't have a good temper. If I go to find someone like him who doesn't come to the meeting, I can't help scolding him. If your temper is better, I'll work harder on you. Tell the king what's wrong. What to do." Yu Xingjie laughed beside him. Yu Dongjin smiled angrily and said, "Jiamen, what are you laughing at?" Yu Xingjie smiled and said, "I'm laughing. Mr. Zhang said you should have a better temper." Yu Dongjin's face darkened and she asked, "Why am I so bad-tempered?" Yu Xingjie replied, "Okay, you have the best temper, okay." Yu Dongjin's face softened for a moment before she said depressedly, "That's about the same." Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Xingjie, "We also need to hurry up on this matter of quality and price recognition. You have read the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document. How many days do you think it will take you to make the price list of seedlings? What's the time?" Yu Xingjie replied, "I always have cost data. The main thing is how much data you have to report. This is the difficulty." Zhang Yunqing replied, "It is possible to guarantee the company's gross profit by at least doubling the amount." Yu Xingjie replied, "The company's profit requirement for seedlings is above 50%, so even doubling the profit may not be feasible." Zhang Yunqing replied, "This is simple. We are going to make a gross profit analysis form anyway. You make the form and fill in the suggested reported price according to your understanding, and then we will discuss how to adjust it. In this case, how many days will it take to produce the results document?" Yu Xingjie replied, "Just give me 3 days." Zhang Yunqing arranged for Dongjin, "Tell Wang Ming that Miaomu's form for matching the quotation can be completed in 3 days, and inform him that his form must also be completed within 3 days." Yu Dongjin agreed, "Okay, I'll note it down." Zhang Yunqing asked, "The things I arranged have been arranged. Do you have any questions?" "Howie novel." All 3 people said no, and Zhang Yunqing announced that the meeting was adjourned. After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing took a walk to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I want to come to you to discuss how to implement other matters after today's meeting." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, we just had dinner now, let's go for a walk and talk while walking." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, where to go?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Let's take a walk around the construction site." "Let's go around." Zhang Yunqing followed Zhao Manfu to the right and said as he walked, "I immediately summoned people from the Ministry of Commerce for a meeting after dinner. But there is one person missing, and the reason why this person did not come to the meeting is rather strange." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "What a weird method." Zhang Yunqing said, "I informed everyone of the meeting in the QQ group, but Wang Ming, the material purchaser, did not reply." Li Shixuan called Wang Ming, but he replied that the reason for not coming to the meeting was that he was working with the stainless steel benchmark supplier who had just won the bid. Manufacturers have dinner together. Do you think it's weird? Zhao Manfu replied, "It's a bit strange. Maybe the way he thinks about problems is different from us ordinary people." Zhang Yunqing said rudely, "Mr. Zhao, you are too polite and disrespectful to Wang. He is obviously stupid. In fact, he can just say that he has something to do and stay outside. It is obviously not allowed by company regulations. Accept the invitation from the supplier Yen. Isn't his answer like this actively causing trouble for himself?" Zhao Manfu replied, "For those who can make a living outside now, the first thing you have to do is not to think that others are stupid no matter what. It may not necessarily be because they have a strong enough backing." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Even if there is a backstage, is there nothing we can do about him?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Being friendly makes money. Don't offend him if you can. Forget it this time, leave him alone and see what happens in the future." We have only been here a few months, why should we go and drive away the people in front of us? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have no intention of offending anyone, I just think Wang Ming's behavior is puzzling. Zhao Manfu replied, just turn over the page about the king's name. Could you please tell me what results were obtained from the meeting of your Ministry of Commerce? Zhang Yunqing replied, the results are not so fast. Mainly 3 things are arranged. 1. Arrange for Yu Dongjin to discuss the scope of the forward progress payment with Su Kun. Li Shixuan cooperates with the project volume, and Yu Dongjin is responsible for producing the expected output value results document. Zhao Manfu commented, well, I also said that I would discuss it with you tonight to see what to do. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to arrange the work. You did a very good job in this regard. What are the other 2 things? Zhang Yunqing replied, the second thing is to arrange for Yu Dongjin to work with Su Kun to sort out the visas of the upper and lower ones, and ensure that the upper and lower visas will be checked and filled in within 10 days, supplemented and improved, and a budget letter will be attached to each visa. Then report it to the supervisor and Jingchuan group for review. Zhao Manfu replied, well, that's right. Keep talking, what about the third thing? Zhang Yunqing replied, the third thing is quite troublesome, it is about quality and price recognition. I asked Yu Dongjin to go to Su Kun to confirm the confession. I'll go with you to clear up peripheral contacts. Material Wang Ming and Miaomu Yuxingjia are required to come up with the gross profit forecast analysis of the materials that need to be priced within 3 days, and then we will discuss internally whether the corresponding quotation is appropriate. If it is not appropriate, we can sort it out and report it. Route and report the valuation information. Zhao Manfu replied, your 3 arrangements are all good, but just making arrangements without tracking will end up being nothing. Zhang Yunqing replied, I know you are worried that it has not been implemented. Don't worry, I will track the progress of the things that have been arranged every day. Zhao Manfu replied, that's good. The matter of appraising the price is a bit more troublesome. Do you have any good ideas currently? Zhang Yunqing replied, actually, at today's afternoon meeting, Mr. Tao of Jingchuan Group has provided us with a better idea, which is to unite the 3 gardening and landscape units and then jointly go to the audit bureau to communicate. Just send 1 person to communicate. Zhao Manfu replied, this method is a good one, but who will take the lead? Zhang Yunqing replied, according to the strength of each company, the unit that should take the lead is our unit. According to the highest level of participation, it is Zhuang Jiren's second bidder, and the third bidder is his project manager Yu Linfei. Therefore, I suggest that our company should take the lead in contacting the other 2 units and have a meeting together first. Zhao Manfu arranged, okay. You can contact both of them and make an appointment for a time and place for the meeting. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone and found Zhuang Jiren's phone number in the address book and dialed it. Mr. Zhuang, our 3 units will make an appointment tomorrow to discuss the operation of some things decided at the meeting of Beijing Chuangchuan Group this afternoon. Method. Zhuang Jiren asked, who are you participating in? Zhang Yunqing replied, it is expected to be Mr. Zhao, myself, and Mr. Zhou. Zhuang Jiren replied, Jingchuan has notified all our target project managers to meet tomorrow morning to discuss their respective boundary issues. I suggest setting the time during working hours in the afternoon. As for the location, it can be placed in your Mr. Zhao's office. In this way, it is quieter and more confidential than finding a place outside, and it can also save some costs. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then we will tentatively schedule a meeting at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon in Mr. Zhao's office. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. See you tomorrow afternoon. Must read house. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhuang Jiren, he continued to search for Yu Lin Fei's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone, dialed it and said, Mr. Yu, hello. I invite you to come to the office of our project manager, Mr. Zhao, at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Let's have a meeting to discuss some of the things that President Wang Pingyan decided at today's meeting and see how they will be implemented. Yu Linfei replied on the phone, okay. I will come on time tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Linfei, held the phone in his hand and reported to Zhao Manfui, Mr. Zhao, we have made an appointment with the two of them to have a meeting in your office at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. This location was suggested by Mr. Zhuang. Another advantage of his suggestion is that it can save the on-site expenses incurred by the three of us for the meeting. Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Zhuang, this person is very calculating and sees every penny clearly. He is a good businessman. Zhang Yunqing replied, of course, and I am a relatively sensible person. As long as I am sure, I will just go for it. Zhao Manfu replied, you'd better inform Zhou Wencheng about the meeting tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget to notify me tomorrow. After Zhang Yunqing listened to Zhao Manfu's arrangement, he found Zhou Wencheng's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone, dialed it and said, Mr. Zhou, at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon in Mr. Zhao's office, our 3 garden units will be opening. Let's have a meeting to discuss matters related to the meeting this afternoon. Zhou Wencheng replied, yes. There will be a meeting tomorrow morning to demarcate the boundary lines of all bid sections. Do you want to attend? Zhang Yunqing replied, I don't need to participate in the discussion process of that meeting. As long as we know the result and we can implement it. I still need to sort out the business-related work tomorrow morning. Zhou Wencheng replied, okay, then I will go to the meeting myself. When I have the results, I will give them to you. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wencheng, he said to Zhao Manfu, we have informed Zhou Wencheng that President Zhou will attend the meeting at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. We are almost done with the transfer. Let's go back to the project department. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. The next morning, Zhou Wencheng, Zhuang Jiren, and Yu Linfei all attended the morning meeting. After Zhou Wencheng returned to the project department, he immediately found Zhang Yunqing and communicated the content of the landscape-related boundary lines clearly stated at the meeting. The outer boundary line of all scattered water is the dividing line between the general contractor, the garden landscape, and the municipal general flat. In this case, the part that exceeds the scattered water boundary line without obstacles will be implemented by the garden landscape. All indoor pipelines need to be connected to the municipal pipe network. If there is a well, it will be bounded by the well closest to the outer boundary line of the discrete water. The inside of the well, including the well itself, is the general contract implementation scope, and the rest is the garden landscape implementation scope. If there is no well, then the outer boundary line of the scattered water is directly used as the dividing line. The inside of the line is the general contractor implementation scope, and the outside of the line is the garden landscape implementation scope. If there are any special circumstances, it can be confirmed in the form of a visa. In principle, the boundary lines of the 3 garden landscape units are consistent with the original divisions, but this time they will be formally clarified in the form of red lines on the general floor plan. The specific drawings will be issued by the Design Institute as a formal boundary line diagram. Zhang Yunqing replied, in this case, for some of our matching visa forms, for all those who have done things within the scope of the general contract, you have to make a request to Su Kun and ask the production arranger to formulate the visa form documents, and then the I will cooperate with you in business to prepare a budget quotation document and attach it later. Zhou Wencheng replied, okay, I will arrange these things with Su Kun, and Yu Donjin should also explain it well. Keep the information symmetrical. After all, we are in a rush for work now. I often forget things all day long. When I forget, I say you might get into big trouble. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. After I finish communicating with you, I will arrange this matter with Yu Donjin. After Zhang Yunqing finished communicating with Zhou Wencheng, he returned to the business office and arranged for Donjin. President Zhou just told me that they had a meeting in the morning to determine the boundaries of all units. Remember to ask Su Kun for the drawings. Yu Donjin asked, has the drawing of this dividing line been released? Zhang Yunqing replied, not yet, the Design Institute will produce specific drawings. After you get the drawings, you must remind Su Kun that any content we have implemented now that is not within the scope of our implementation of the demarcation line drawings we obtained must apply for a matching visa to confirm. Don't forget it. Yu Donjin replied, okay, I have written it down. I will remember to remind production manager Su Kun. Zhang Yunqing said to Donjin, Mr. Zhao affirmed the work implementation content decided at our internal meeting, but reminded me that we cannot just arrange the work but not follow up on the implementation. Remember to ask more about the things you are involved in. As for whether to ask every day or every other day, you can flexibly decide according to the actual situation. Yu Donjin replied, well, the thing about the project is like this. It was originally well arranged, but when it is implemented, it may not be completely smooth. There is always the possibility of some accidents. Zhang Yunqing asked again, the estimated output value for next month and the sorting of visas that have already happened are relatively important events. You'd better take the initiative to tell me the situation every day. Yu Donjin replied, okay. These two things are easier said than done. Zhao Manfu organized an afternoon meeting for the 3 units and the discussion started on time. The participants were Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Zhou Wencheng, Zhuang Jiren, and Yu Linfei. Zhao Manfu said, now that the project has progressed to its current state, the strings in the hearts of each of our construction units are actually tight. Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu came here to discuss how we should respond after Mr. Wang Pingan held a special meeting for us. Zhuang Jiren said, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zhao for taking the initiative to invite me. I think no matter what people in our 3 units think, in fact, our 3 units are now tied together. For example, this time involves issues such as forward payment issues, construction scope confirmation issues, visa confirmation issues that have occurred, quality and pricing issues for materials outside the list, and environmental safety management and control issues around the project. Each of these issues is of great concern to our construction unit. Economic interests and rush for work progress have a very big impact. If our 3 units were to do it separately, we would most likely embarrass the other 2 units. For example, if the 3 companies quote the price of coconut trees separately, the prices may be 1,500, 2,000, or 2,100 yuan per plant. In this case, when the data from the 3 companies are combined into the general package format file and submitted, our own data will be displayed as contradictory. Once someone quotes 1,500 yuan per plant, the price of 2,000 or 2,100 yuan per plant seems very unreasonable and funny. Why? Because from the perspective of the general contractor, he himself quoted 3 different prices for the same coconut trees. Such result documents will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the general contractor, supervisor, and construction agency. Mr. Yu, Mr. Zhao, do you think this is true? Yu Linfei replied, that's the truth. Zhao Manfu replied, that's the truth. It is precisely because we have considered similar problems that we want to discuss it with everyone and find a more perfect response method. Yu Linfei asked, the 3 of us all realize that the 3 of us must be tied together and can no longer act separately, so I suggest that the 3 of us should identify one as the lead unit. In this case, if anything happens in the future, the leading unit will initiate discussions and help everyone implement the agreed things. I love Chinese website. Zhuang Jiren replied, I think Mr. Yu also recognized the key to the problem regarding the matter of the leading unit. However, the answer to who should be the lead unit is actually very obvious. I suggest that Western Construction be the leading unit. Mr. Zhao will be the specific leader. If any tasks are arranged, we can just obey the arrangements. Yu Linfei replied, I also agree with Mr. Zhuang's proposal and suggest that Western Construction be the lead unit. Zhao Manfu replied, it's not appropriate for us to be the leading unit, since we are all part-time workers. Only Mr. Zhuang is the real boss. I think it is more appropriate for Mr. Zhuang to be the leader. Zhuang Jiren replied, "What's wrong with having a boss? I'm just a small business here. And I'm often not here. Your Oriental Construction is a listed company, and Mr. Zhao will have a natural advantage when visiting the leaders than when people from our small businesses visit the leaders. Mr. Zhao, if you can choose the person to be the leader in this conference room, you, Mr. Zhao, are popular with everyone, so don't refuse." Zhao Manfu smiled and agreed, "Since everyone has this wish, then I will temporarily be the leader of the 3 units. If I have to do a good job, everyone can give me your opinions in time, and you can always replace a more suitable person to do this." The leader. Zhuang Jiren immediately replied, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for being willing to be the leader. There is no talk of substitution, but if we have better opinions, we will report and communicate with you at any time. As long as the big things are taken care of, I don't care about the details." Yu Linfei also added, "Mr. Zhao, you are the most suitable person to be the leader. Your identity, status, work ability, social experience, etc. are all sufficient to handle our 3 projects. But the only thing that's a bit unsatisfactory is that if you become the leader, we can't pay you a salary or get tangible benefits for you." Zhao Manfu replied, "I am willing to be the leader, not for my own personal benefit, but to do a good job in this project and safeguard the interests of our 3 units. Of course, I am not that noble and will take the initiative to protect the interests of your 2 companies. In fact, just now, Mr. Zhuang has explained very clearly that no matter what people in our 3 units think or do, in fact, the interests of our 3 units are actually tied together. If I want to do a good job in quality appraisal and pricing of Western construction, I definitely need to fully communicate with your 2 units so that their respective samples and quotations do not seriously affect the interests of our company. Otherwise, no matter what we do, we will cause harm to each other that cannot be ignored." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhao explained it very clearly, his understanding was very in place, and he stood at a sufficient height. The first topic of our meeting today, who will be the lead unit, has been confirmed. We all recommend Western Construction to be the leading unit of our 3 garden landscape construction companies, with Mr. Zhao Manfu as the leader." Yu Linfei said happily, "Okay, this is good news. We applaud to confirm." Symbolic applause erupted in the conference room, confirming the leader. Zhao Manfu waited for the applause and said solemnly, "Thank you everyone for your love. We at Western Construction are also very honored to be the leading unit. I invite everyone here just to discuss how we should handle these major matters under our current circumstances. The first thing to bear the brunt is the issue of quality and price recognition. Let us all express our opinions on how we should handle it." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I think the issue of quality and price recognition should be divided into 2 parts. For the quality verification and sample verification, the production side will go to the design and engineering departments of Jingchuang to handle it. For the price recognition part, the 3 companies each quoted a price, and then came to me for verification and discussion. After reaching a consensus, the application can be submitted for review in the name of the general contractor." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhang, I will arrange for my on-site manager Zhuang Gong to contact you when he arrives." Yu Linfei replied, "Okay, after my budget officer has finished sorting it out, the 3 of us will make an appointment to meet and discuss." Zhao Manfu asked, "What happens to the review after the report is submitted?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "The main communication for the review is still handled by Mr. Zhao. When you need to find connections, you can ask each other, and whoever has the connections can just contribute. If there are expenses involved, the 3 of us have agreed that it is up to you, Mr. Zhao, to handle it." Yu Linfei replied, "I also agree with Mr. Zhuang's opinion. This matter will cause more trouble to Mr. Zhao." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, now that the outcome of this matter has been discussed, let's do it as we agreed. I guess it will definitely cost some money. I hope that if you still need to discuss it with other people in your company, you can tell me early. Take a precaution in advance to avoid things coming to a head. If you don't agree with this or that, it will be difficult to deal with it. If you miss the key time node, it may directly lead to the failure of the mission. Zhuang Jiren replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, there is no such problem here." Yu Linfei replied, "Although I need to report to the company here, in principle, it is also a project manager responsibility system, and my right to speak is still relatively heavy. Mr. Zhao, just go ahead and do it. As long as it's something that the few of us have discussed, it can be said that it can basically be implemented without any problems." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, there is one more detail question. How long will it take for us to form the above quotation declaration form?" "Yunqing, please tell us our own time." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I have already arranged this work. Miaomu promised to hand it over to me in 3 days. Wang Ming may have more trouble with the materials. I estimate that we will need a week." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, where is Mr. Zhuang's?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "I will control it within a week." Zhao Manfu asked Yu Linfei again, "Where is Mr. Yu?" Yu Linfei replied, "Then I can only make the quotation document within a week." Zhao Manfu arranged, "Yunqing, you will be the specific leader for this quotation declaration form. You will collect all the data from the 3 companies within a week. Make an appointment to discuss it in person and confirm the final declaration data." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, I can just contact the person designated by Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu at any time." Zhao Manfu asked again, "The matter of quality and price has been discussed." 49 ebook. What about our visa negotiations? It also needs to be discussed. Zhuang Jiren replied, "Does it have any impact if each visa is issued separately?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "How come there is no impact? To give you a random example, the transportation distance on my visa is 10 kilometers, and yours is 5 kilometers, and the travel distance is 3 kilometers. This kind of similar conflict needs to be resolved after we communicate. There are also visas for demolishing the concrete floor. If there is no communication, the visas of yours, mine, and others may have demolished the concrete floor at the same location. Take this kind of visa for review. Once people from the supervision, cost, and Jingchuan group find out, the credibility of our visa will be reduced a lot. It would be too difficult to sign it back in the future. Mr. Yu, do you think so?" Yu Linfei replied, "Mr. Zhuang, I think what Mr. Zhou said makes sense. After all, we are 3 construction units. It is inevitable that there will be conflicts in applying for visas at the boundary line or in places where there is cross-construction. In this case, our 3 units are already united anyway, why not be more closely connected and eliminate these problems that we have foreseen through communication?" Zhuang Jiren nodded and replied, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou, and Mr. Yu, I understand through what you said. It is indeed necessary to ask people from the 3 parties to review our visas and resolve any conflicts. Lose. But how to live it?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "You can refer to our company's method. The first step is to produce the visa information, attach the attached picture, and attach the photo if it should be attached. Then give the visa to the business person to prepare a budget and attach it at the back. Give the visa documents thus formed to someone like Zhang Yunqing for inspection. In this way, after each of the 3 units has formed its own complete visa documents, they will then make an appointment to bring all relevant production and business people together, preferably in a conference room. Even if it takes a day, they can absorb the advantages of each and bring them together. The unified data unified. In this case, our visa information will be more perfect and more able to withstand scrutiny and review by all parties." Zhang Yunqing added, "Mr. Zhou is talking about this process. What I want to emphasize is that during my review at this stage, I will check whether the budget prepared is correct and whether there are any errors or omissions in the calculation of expenses. At the same time, I also need to check whether the description on the visa form is accurate and whether the fee can be calculated based on the visa form we provided earlier. After passing these detailed reviews and modifying the perfect visa, we will not be brought to endless wrangling in the subsequent settlement process. The vested interests of our construction units can be locked in advance. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, our company may not have cost personnel of your level. Even if we do, they are not stationed in our project department. It is really inconvenient. Can you please review our company's visas together? Zhang Yunqing replied, as long as Mr. Zhuang can be trusted, I can help you with your visa review. Zhuang Jiren thanked him and said, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please treat me to dinner when you are free. Zhang Yunqing replied, you're welcome, it's just a little effort. Yu Linfei replied, our company is relatively small, and our visas must be sent to the company's cost department for review. Zhang Yunqing replied, after your company's cost department has reviewed it, it would be best to provide it to 3 other companies for discussion. Yu Linfei replied, okay, then I won't have any problem with the visa. Zhao Manfu asked, the time it takes for the visa information to be verified by the 3 companies needs to be discussed and determined. Mr. Zhou, how many days will it take for our Western construction to complete it? Zhou Wenqing replied, this matter is more complicated and involves more people and things. I estimate that the production will take at least 10 days. For business, it depends on how many days Mr. Yunqing will be here. Zhang Yunqing said, it will take at least 5 days from the preparation of the budget to the discussions and revisions with production. Zhao Manfu asked, so, it will take us at least half a month to complete the visa preparation work. Zhou Wenqing replied, this can only be completed when all visa-related production personnel are free. This matter, if you are not careful, it may take a month to complete. Zhao Manfu replied, 1 month is really too long. Mr. Zhuang, how long does your company estimate it will take to get the visa issued? Zhuang Jiren replied, I don't have enough manpower. I estimate it will take at least 20 days to complete. Zhao Manfu asked Yu Linfei again, Mr. Yu, what about you, how many days do you need? Yu Linfei replied, my manpower is much smaller than that of Mr. Zhuang. Everyone knows it. I feel that it will be good if it can be completed in 1 month as Mr. Zhou said. Zhao Manfu sighed and said, okay, then I respect everyone's opinions, but it will not take a month to get the visas of the 3 families to discuss together, but after the 1 month is up, the visas of the 3 families will be discussed. The information can be handed over with satisfaction. Zhuang Jiren replied, no problem. Yu Linfei replied, I'll try my best. Zhang Yunqing said, as for the audit bureau, I think we need to go out in advance to figure out their key processes and key people. Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Yu, don't you have anyone familiar with this department in your current relationship? Zhuang Jiren replied, I have inquired about acquaintances in the audit bureau before, but I have not found the right person. If there are too many people, it may not be a good thing. What do you think, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Manfu echoed, Mr. Zhuang is right. If the relationship is not very direct and there are many detours, it would be safer to go directly to visit. Yu Linfei replied, we don't have any acquaintances in the audit bureau. I also agree with the opinions of Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Zhao. According to our current situation, we may still bother Mr. Zhao to make a few trips in person. Maybe the effect will be better. Zhao Manfu replied, I am also planning to take the initiative to go to the audit bureau during this period to see if the price recognition situation can be clarified early. Zhang Yunqing asked, would you like me to make an appointment for you? Zhao Manfu replied, I also have a lot of time here, and there is no need to make an appointment. We will be prepared to make more trips at the beginning. It will be better to make an appointment over the phone after the people are really familiar with each other in the future. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, when you are able to go, you can call me and I will help you lead the way first. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Yu, I have basically finished talking about the matters that I have invited everyone to discuss today, and the rest depends on the full cooperation of the people from the relevant departments of the 3 units. Do you have any other questions? Zhuang Jiren agreed, I have no other questions. I will go back and arrange the work involved in today's meeting. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Yu Linfei said, I've also gone back to make arrangements. I'll have to trouble you guys from Western Construction for the rest of the matter. If you need cooperation, just let me know at any time. Zhao Manfu stood up and said, okay. Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu, please go slowly and I will see you off. Zhuang Jiren quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Zhao, stay here. Don't be too polite, we will come more often, novel. Zhao Manfu replied, it's okay, I'll take you to the door of the office. After the meeting ended, Zhao Manfu, Zhou Wencheng, and Zhang Yunqing sat down again. Zhao Manfu said, now the matter of the audit bureau has completely fallen on us. Zhou Wenqing joked, of course, we are the leaders. Zhao Manfu replied, why don't we take the lead? Their two families will not pay us a penny in wages. It's just that if we don't unite, it will be really difficult to deal with these similar things. Just think of it as helping our company get things done. Zhang Yunqing replied, who says it's not the case? You heard that Mr. Zhuang also wanted me to help him review his budget. We are all their free labor. Zhou Wenqing replied, the two of them are still a little bit ridiculous. They knew exactly what we wanted to do, so they tried their best to hitch a ride. Zhao Manfu replied, hitchhiking, well, it's more vivid. Okay, let's all split up. I will go to the audit bureau with Yun Qing now to communicate. The three of them left Zhao Manfu's office one after another, and Zhou Wencheng went to the project department to inspect the work arrangements on site. Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu drove to the office building of the audit bureau. Zhang Yunqing found Li Gong from the fixed asset investment management section, whom they met last time, and said, hello, leader. I am Xiao Zhang from Western Architecture who came to see you last time. Do you still have an impression? Li Gong said, yes, why don't you have an impression? You are the only person who is not an owner and comes to the door to find such documents in all my years of work. Not only are you impressed, but you are also deeply impressed. Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, if I want to do it myself, there is nothing I can do about it. By the way, let me introduce you to Mr. Zhao, the production manager of Western Construction in the Nanhai area. Mr. Zhao specially came to visit you today. Li Gong stood up and shook hands with Zhao Manfu and said, hello, Mr. Zhao, there are chairs here. Let's sit down and talk. While talking, Li Gong pulled a chair over to Zhao Manfu. Then he said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, please pull the chair over there and sit down. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll just go and pull him over. Zhao Manfu chatted with Li Gong and said, Li Gong, there are many design changes in our Western Architecture Nanshan project. It can be understood that all the green seedlings have been changed. In this case, there will be more varieties and specifications involved in pricing. Some time ago, our Mr. Zhang came to you to ask for a document. Li Gong asked, are you referring to the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations document I wrote? Zhao Manfu replied flatteringly, oh, it turns out that you wrote this document yourself. I also studied that document carefully and it was very detailed and rigorous. But because of this, our work of appraising prices feels more difficult. Li Gong replied, if you don't understand that document, it will probably be more difficult. If you understand it, it's actually not that difficult. You may wish to raise issues that you think are difficult and we can discuss them. Zhao Manfu replied, for example, in terms of the contract, the price recognition itself is a matter between Party A and Party B, but the stipulations in your document involve many unrelated units, and even people from the Discipline Inspection Commission participated. For example, if there is a rush for work now, his purchase price will indeed be much higher than if there is no rush for work. With so many people participating in this price appraisal process, it is inevitable that people will talk too much. If the price is too high, you will definitely not do it. If the price is too low, we will lose money. Li Gong, can you tell me whether this contradiction exists? Li Gong smiled and said, this contradiction exists regardless of whether we have this model of the audit bureau. Even if it is just you, A and B, there is a dispute, right? Zhao Manfu thought for a while and replied, yes. Li Gong replied, so, the question you raised is not a unique problem faced by our document, but a common problem in valuation work. You said that the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission has nothing to do with your appraisal work. This is superficial. However, the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission is related to the fact that our valuation team has the right to supervise whether the price given to you is reasonable. If we deviate in the middle process, the timely participation of the Discipline Inspection Commission is equivalent to correcting our mistakes in time. It can also be said that while ensuring that the project gets off the ground, it also protects the cadres. Otherwise, no one would dare to give you a price. If you don't accept the price, will you dare to work? Zhao Manfu replied, we have done some work now, but we haven't fully understood the price recognition process yet, so I feel really empty and on tenterhooks. What worries us the most is that after the work is done, you will give us a loss-making price. This is unacceptable to us, and we are also passive and helpless. Li Gong replied, you don't have to worry too much. Hurry up and submit the price recognition materials. Can't we just start the price recognition process? Zhao Manfu replied, okay, we will submit the price confirmation materials as soon as possible. Let me ask again, who finalizes your price? Is there a fixed person? Li Gong replied, I am in charge of the bureau arrangements for your project, but whether the final result is feasible or not, professionally we mainly listen to our director. People from other departments mainly participate and supervise. As for the price recognition, whether the data is reasonable and feasible is ultimately judged by our director. After hearing Gong Li's answer, Zhao Manfu's eyes shone. After thinking for a moment, he asked rather uneasily, well, Gong Li, could you please recommend your director? Li Gong replied, the director is usually very busy and not easy to see. Zhao Manfu replied reluctantly, how can the leader not be busy? Is the director here today? If so, could you please bring a message to the leader for me? Let me tell you that Zhao Manfu, the production manager of the Nanhai area of Western Construction, wants to visit her. I hope I can give you a chance. Li Gong smiled and said, okay, I'll go to the director's office to see if it's okay. Zhao Manfu said quickly, thank you, Mr. Li. Please help us fight for it. Li Gong said, okay, let me try. Li Gong left his office and went to the director's office. Love reading books. 10 minutes later, Li Gong returned to the office and said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, you are lucky today. The director agreed to meet. Come on, you guys go to the leader's office with me. Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing stood up and followed Gong Li towards the director's office. Zhao Manfu asked, Gong Li, what is your director's last name? Li Gong replied, Li. 18th son Li, she and I are from the same family. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I'll note it down. Thank you. The three of them came to the director's office and saw a beautiful woman talking on the phone behind a large desk. The three of them stood at the door of the office and waited. After she finished making the call, they asked Li Gong, are you here? Li Gong took Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing into the director's office and replied, yes. Director Li, this is Mr. Zhao, the production manager of the Nanhai area of Western Construction. The other is his business manager Zhang Yunqing. You too, this beautiful lady is Director Li of our audit bureau. Director Li stood up, stretched out his hand to Zhao Manfu, shook it gently and said, welcome, Mr. Zhao, please take a seat. After the three of them sat down on the chairs opposite Director Li's desk, Director Li asked, Mr. Zhao, what are you responsible for in your company? Zhao Manfu replied, I am responsible for the management of the engineering project department in the entire region of Nanhai province. I manage the project manager. In the company, I am responsible to the president of the business department, which is equivalent to the link between the company and the project department. Director Li asked again, does it mean that all the people, property on the project have the right to manage it? Zhao Manfu replied, it is equivalent to projects in the area that I manage. I have the right to handle human, financial and material matters. In principle, if I agree to the matter, it will go through a process in the company. Director Li smiled and said, oh, so you are a person with great power. Zhao Manfu replied sheepishly, how much power can a manager of a private enterprise have? It's just about making ends meet. Director Li added, there are differences between private enterprises and private enterprises. I heard that your company is a listed industry leader. Zhao Manfu replied, it is indeed a leading company. I came to the company because I wanted to learn more about the management experience of large projects. Originally, my own family company was also in this industry, but it was just a second-tier company. Director Li replied in surprise, oh, you can leave your own company and work in a Western construction company. It seems that Western construction is very attractive to you. Zhao Manfu replied, of course. Take my own company as an example. My company has been in existence for more than 10 years, and the largest construction contract it has undertaken so far is only over 10 million yuan. But it's different when Western construction comes. The Nanshan project we are currently rushing to build is worth hundreds of millions, which is equivalent to the total output value of one of our second-tier enterprises in 5 to 7 years. And the construction period of this project is actually only 1 year. In other words, we are now a project department equivalent to several second-tier companies. Director Li replied, according to what you said, the Nanshan project is considered a big event. Zhao Manfu replied, it must be considered a big thing. But in the process of rushing for work now, we have some problems that are difficult to solve, and we still need more support from Bureau Li in our work. Director Li laughed and said, Mr. Zhao, if there is anything I can do to help you, just tell me, as long as it is reasonable and compliant, there will be no problem. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, then I will speak boldly. If there is anything incorrect, please ask Director Li for guidance, and I will definitely improve it as soon as possible. Director Li smiled and said, just feel free to say it. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Bureau Li. Our general contractor for the Nanshan project is Huatai, one of our professional subcontractors for Western Construction's 3 landscaping companies. Before I came to your office today, I was recommended as the lead unit by 3 units. Mainly responsible for contacting and handling our pricing issues. The specific person in charge of liaison with your office is myself. Our 3 units all hope to confirm our price as soon as possible. Director Li replied, there will be no problem if you confirm it early. At what stage did you submit the appraisal information? Has it been sent to our bureau? After listening to Director Li's question, Zhao Manfu replied awkwardly, because there are many design changes, we are still collecting and sorting out the information. It is estimated that it will take about 10 days before we are ready to submit the report. Director Li replied, Mr. Zhao, it's still early for you to agree on the price. Our bureau will arrange for the Li Gong who brought you in to be responsible for specific matters. You can discuss the details of the specific matters with Li Gong. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. I understand. In the future, we will trouble Li Gong more and try to complete this price recognition as soon as possible. Zhao Manfu stood up and handed his business card to Director Li and said, Director Li, this is my business card. I am from Sichuan capital city. If you go to Sichuan for fun, remember to call me. Director Li took the business card and put it on the table and said, I'm from over there too. I'm on the west door. Which door are you on? Zhao Manfu replied, I'm on the west gate, and Xiao Zhang is on the north gate. I mean, how can we communicate so smoothly? It turns out that we are all fellow villagers. Director Li smiled and said, it's rare that after working outside for so many years, it's rare to meet a fellow countryman. Mr. Li, you should pay more attention to this matter of my fellow countrymen, and don't delay others' time. Li Gong promised, I won't delay them. As long as they can deliver it in time, I will organize the price confirmation process for them as soon as possible. Zhao Manfu asked again, Director Li, do you think it would be convenient for me to leave you your phone number? Director Li agreed, we are all fellow villagers. Of course you can leave your phone number. I will just press the number on your business card and call you. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Director Li, I saw your number and I saved it. I won't waste too much of your time. I'll go back and prepare these documents related to the appraisal. Director Li promised, okay, you go slowly. Mr. Li, please send Mr. Zhao and the two off. Li Gong agreed, okay. After the three people came out of Director Li's office, Li Gong called the two people into the office to make arrangements. Mr. Zhao, the leader has already spoken about your matter. I will contact people from other relevant units in advance, and you can leave it alone. It's just that you must hurry up and submit the application materials to our bureau as soon as possible in accordance with the provisions of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations documents, so that the process of reviewing the assessment can truly be started. Zhao Manfu promised, no problem, we will hurry up. After Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing chatted politely with Engineer Li for a while, they bid farewell to Engineer Li and went downstairs, preparing to drive back to the project department in Nanshan. Cool novel network. Zhang Yunqing concentrated on driving while Zhao Manfu called Zhuang Jiren and said, hello, Mr. Zhuang. Zhuang Jiren said politely on the phone, hello, Mr. Zhao, do you have any instructions? Zhao Manfu replied, there are no instructions. I just want to tell you good news. Zhuang Jiren replied, Mr. Zhao, what good news is there, please share it quickly. Zhao Manfu replied, Yunqing and I just came down from the upstairs of the audit bureau and are now on our way back to the project department. I came to see two people today, one is Gong Li and the other is Director Li. Engineer Li is the person specifically responsible for the appraisal of our project. Director Li has assigned this task to Engineer Li in front of us, and also asked Mr. Li in person to hurry up and not delay our appraisal. Time. Zhuang Jiren replied, this is really good news. Mr. Zhao is very capable. It's different if you come forward in person. You will get a good start as soon as you go. Zhao Manfu replied, this does not necessarily mean strong ability, it may be good luck. Zhuang Jiren replied, Mr. Zhao, please stop being humble. Excessive humility is tantamount to pride. Zhao Manfu replied, I'm really not being modest. Through a brief chat, I learned that Director Li's home is actually on the west gate of the same city as me. So, I understand why this happened so smoothly. I'm thinking, Mr. Zhuang, since we are so lucky, shouldn't we report the valuation information as soon as possible and report it as soon as possible? Zhuang Jiren replied, of course. I will shorten the time and can discuss it with you on the fifth day at most. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Look at Mr. Yu, can you inform him and ask him to shorten the reporting time? Zhuang Jiren agreed, no problem. When you hang up the phone, I will notify Yu Linfei and ask him to shorten the time. After Zhao Manfu ended the call with Zhuang Jiren, he happily hummed a ditty, and his happiness was clearly expressed in words. Zhang Yunqing suddenly said, Mr. Zhao, why are you happy? Zhao Manfu replied proudly, Yunqing, isn't there something wrong with your brain? Isn't this incident today worthy of my happiness? Zhang Yunqing replied, from the perspective of external units including the Audit Bureau, Zhuang Jiren's Daedatang, Yu Linfei's Fuxian Company, etc., our appraisal of the price may be a matter of joy. But Zhao Manfu urged dissatisfiedly, but you are a bird. If you have something to say, just say it, and if you have something to say, just fart. Why don't you learn from it, and you have learned to speak hesitantly? Zhang Yunqing smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not afraid of saying it too directly, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept it. I'm just thinking about what to do. Zhao Manfu replied, forget it, you choke when you speak. It's not like I just found out today. Just come here and speak with confidence. Zhang Yunqing replied, a few days ago, I arranged for the materials and seedlings to complete the price list form of materials that need to be declared. The seedlings should be able to submit the results to Donjon today or tomorrow. However, I haven't heard any reaction from him yet. I have arranged for Donjon to go to Wang Ming in the past few days. It is probably because we have been in meetings and there is no chance for me to meet. Donjon has not given any feedback on the situation. However, I have a hunch that the effect will definitely not be very good. Zhao Manfu criticized, when we do things, we must be well-founded and cannot rely on our feelings. But, since you have this worry, I also have to be a little more cautious. I asked Zhou Wenqing to notify relevant people to attend this meeting. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone, found Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the address book, and dialed it. Yun Qing and I just came back from the audit bureau, and our work of identifying quality and appraising the price cannot be delayed. You can notify the key people in production and business to hold a meeting in the project department conference room. Zhang Yunqing and I will both attend, so there is no need to notify both of us. You can call the other people to inform them, and the meeting will take place in half an hour. Zhou Wenqing promised on the phone, "Can you get to the conference room in half an hour?" Zhao Manfu replied, "You can come. Please notify others as soon as possible. Unless there are special circumstances, they must attend the meeting." Zhou Wenqing promised on the phone, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, I will notify you right away." Zhao Manfu said to Zhang Yunqing, "I will host and emphasize this meeting. You must coordinate the materials, seedlings, and business affairs, and clarify the time points at the meeting. If there are any problems, we will negotiate and solve them in person." Zhang Yunqing agreed, "I don't have a problem, but you have to be mentally prepared and don't be upset by the material procurement king." Zhao Manfu replied angrily, "I have been working for so many years and I have never seen or experienced anything. Don't worry about me. Just remember to do your own thing well." Zhang Yunqing still replied rather rudely, "Don't say I didn't remind you." Zhao Manfu replied impatiently, "Why are you so stubborn? Concentrate on driving your car. The most important thing for you now is to safely deliver us to the project department." Zhang Yunqing laughed and said, Okay. I'll concentrate on driving." After Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing returned to the project department and parked their cars, they went directly to the project department's conference room. I saw people already in the conference room: business manager Yu Donjin, material purchaser Wang Ming, seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie, production manager Su Kuan, and project manager Zhou Wenqing. After Zhao Manfu sat down at the end of the conference room, he glanced around the conference room and said, "Just now, Mr. Zhang and I went to the audit bureau to communicate about our quality appraisal. We were relatively lucky today. We met the director who happened to be in the office. Director Li also expressed his support for our request to speed up the appraisal work in person. However, Director Li also asked me a rather embarrassing question. She asked us at which stage the price confirmation information had been reported. To be honest, my face turned red at that time. We had already gone to the audit bureau, but our valuation work had not made good progress. I can only tell the truth and tell Director Li that it will take some time before we can report it." Director Li also made a request, saying that you can't just ask us to speed up the review. Your subscription application materials must also be submitted quickly, and you must try to leave some buffer time for the audit bureau to review. Everyone in this conference room now is a person related to this quality recognition work. I would like to hear how far you have progressed in this work arrangement, and are there any difficulties or problems? If there is any problem, bring it up in person and let everyone work together to find a solution. Don't let your own reasons affect the overall arrangement of the quality and price recognition work on the project. 5,599 novels. Okay, I've finished my opening remarks. Everyone is talking about the practical stuff, let alone the useless stuff. Who's going to say it first? After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he glanced around everyone in the conference room with cold eyes. The venue fell silent for a moment, and no one spoke. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wenqing broke the silence and said, "Mr. Zhao, let me talk about this first. What I discussed with Mr. Zhang was that I would arrange the quality appraisal on my side, and he would arrange the price appraisal on his side. Of course, for matters that require production and business cooperation, my production side arranges production manager Su Kun to make specific arrangements. Regarding the quality assurance, I arranged for Su Kun to arrange for all engineers and suppliers to collect change drawings, photos, audio recordings, videos and other materials. Su Kun, please tell me, how far has the confession matter progressed?" Production manager Su Kun said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, let me report a quality issue. First of all, the quality identification mainly involves materials such as stone, wood, stainless steel, and lamps. I have provided the names, varieties, specifications, models, and quantities of these materials on the drawings to Wang Ming, the material purchaser, for several days. So far, not a single sample has been provided to me. Therefore, it can be said that there is no progress in the matter of confession." Zhou Wenqing arranged for Wang Mingdao. "Can you explain what Su Kun said? When will the samples be provided?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "Lamps like lamps can be several meters high at any time. Our material side cannot provide samples. I have told Su Kun about this." Production manager Su Kun asked, "We can't provide samples of lamps. Did you say that we can provide atlases?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "Yes, we can only provide picture albums." Production manager Su Kun asked, "When can you get your album?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "I have already asked the manufacturer for it." Production manager Su Kun replied, "I don't care whether you ask the manufacturer for it or not, that's your business. But I have asked for this album for many days, at least no less than 20 days. Your album it's not here yet, so I need you to tell me exactly when I can get the album." Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "Let's do this, Manager Su. After I finish the meeting, I will contact the lighting manufacturer. If this company can provide it on time, I will provide it. If not, I will immediately find another manufacturer to provide it." "Okay." Production manager Su Kun replied helplessly, "It's useless if I say no. You must not trick me again this time. There are also samples of stone and stainless steel materials. When can I get them?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "The samples from the stone material manufacturer have arrived and are in my office. I contacted the manufacturer for the stainless steel material samples and they promised to send them to us as soon as possible." Production manager Su Kun replied, "What does it mean as soon as possible?" "The construction materials of the stainless steel suppliers team have been provided to the site and construction has already started. If you want a sample, we are still as soon as possible. To be honest, I doubt you were informed at all." The material purchasing Wang Ming's face turned red and white, but he still mustered up the courage to say, "Manager Su, you didn't punish me like this. How could I not ask the supplier for samples? It's just that they didn't send it in time." Production manager Su Kun replied angrily, "If I punish people, I won't punish you even if I punish pigs." Zhao Manfu quickly spoke to stop, "Manager Su, this is a meeting, not a quarrel in the vegetable market. Everyone must pay attention to civilized words and civilized communication." Production manager Su Kun refrained from talking after hearing Zhao Manfu's words. Zhang Yunqing saw that the atmosphere in the venue was rather strange, so he chose to speak, "Mr. Zhao, just now Mr. Zhou has reported clearly the confrontation. Let me report on the price recognition here. After the meeting held by Wang Ping'an of Jingchuang General Organization that day, I organized a meeting with relevant business personnel that night and clearly arranged the specific implementation time for the price recognition work. Next, please first ask Yu Xingjie, the nursery stock purchaser, to report on the preparation of nursery stock valuation materials." Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, reported the report as required. "Mr. Zhang, what you said at that time was to sort out the prices of saplings in 3 days and provide a recommended price for the report, right? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. Seedling Purchasing Yu Xingjie replied, okay. The valuation submission document I formed has been printed out and communicated with Yu Dongjin, and an agreement has been reached. Now I will wait for a while and review it for you before improving it. If I work overtime, I can finish it tonight. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, we can discuss it immediately after the meeting and ensure that we work overtime tonight to produce our own preliminary results. We now want the three companies to submit the application together. It is not enough if we agree on our own. We need to discuss the specific data with the other two companies. Seedling Purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, okay, I have no problem here. Zhang Yunqing also said to Dongjin, the material purchase meeting was held when Wang Ming was not present. During the meeting, I repeatedly asked you to write down what Wang Ming needed to do for material purchasing at the meeting, and then tell Wang Ming to execute it. Have you told the king's name? Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? Just a matter of passing on a message, do you doubt that I didn't pass it on? As soon as I got to work the next morning, I found Wang Ming, the material purchasing manager, and came to me to discuss the list of materials that you asked him to compile at the meeting and that needed to be quoted. Zhang Yunqing replied, did you tell him that the time limit is 3 days? Yu Dongjin replied, I told you, but he said he couldn't do it. I didn't tell you in time, but I have been urging him these days. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. Then, he turned to Material Procurement Wang Ming and said, Wang Ming, could you please report how your material pricing information is now prepared? Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, how do I know which materials have been priced and which materials have not been priced? I don't know the corresponding prices. Yu Dongjin replied, are you wrong? Our company has bid for this project. According to the company's rules, internal material bidding documents must be subject to gross profit analysis when they are approved. The materials that are on the gross profit analysis table have corresponding prices, and the materials that are not available have no corresponding prices, so they need to be priced. In addition, even if you really don't know or forget that this job falls on you, I have told you from time to time that you can come to me for discussion if you have any problems. I ask you about your progress every day, and you always tell me that you are preparing and don't rush me. I'm drunk too, so I don't know what kind of brain circuit you have. Material Purchasing Wang Ming replied angrily, you are drunk, what does it have to do with me? Does my brain circuit have anything to do with you? Production Manager Su Kun replied, it must be louder, right? How dare you say that it has nothing to do with you? It can be done in 2 or 3 days, but you haven't done it in more than 10 days. How dare you say that it has nothing to do with you? Bluntly say in front of the leader that it has nothing to do with you. I don't know if you still want to be shameless. Zhao Manfu sighed and said, everyone, please be quiet. Let's first think about why we are here for a meeting. We are here to quarrel, and then we can speak. Well, don't turn a normal communication meeting into a shrew swearing meeting. After Zhao Manfu calmed down for a while, he said to the Material Procurement Wang Ming, calm down your emotions and tell us when your application materials will be ready. Material Procurement Wang Ming quibbled, what I originally thought was to finish the quality assurance and then make a quotation based on the samples. I never thought that quality and price recognition were going on at the same time. After hearing Wang Ming's answer, Zhao Manfu said, now that you know, please estimate the time when we can produce a result document that we recognize. As I said during the meeting just now, the director of the Audit Bureau reminded us that we should declare in time. So I think there is no reason for us to extend the time for preparing the subscription application materials indefinitely. Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, I can't estimate it. Zhao Manfu replied, Wang Ming, if you can't come out, I will set a time for you. Don't forget it from today, let's start from tomorrow. It is limited to 3 days. Within 3 days, you must a list of all the materials that need to be priced for this project except seedlings is compiled and a price list of materials is submitted for review and discussion by the leaders of the project department. Material procurement. Wang Ming replied, okay. I will try my best. Zhao Manfu replied, it's not about trying our best, but it must be completed. There are still many links that need to be discussed and time spent later. This is a very formal work arrangement. If you can't finish it on time, you should work overtime. If you need to ask for help and cooperation, you can boldly ask for it. If you need to cooperate or not, just tell me directly and I will coordinate it for you, to ensure that everyone can cooperate with your work. Material purchasing. Wang Ming replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing was still worried and arranged for Yu Dongjin and Wang Ming, the material purchaser, and said, Yu Dongjin, after the meeting, you and Wang Ming, the material purchaser, will find any material that needs to be appraised and fill in the content of the appraisal declaration form. After filling it all out, prepare any samples or special notes that need to be prepared. This is a very important matter for the Nanshan Project Department. Yu Dongjin, you can't just sit back and watch, you have to take the initiative to help. Yu Dongjin replied, I communicate with Wang Ming every day, isn't it still the case? Zhang Yunqing then said to Wang Ming of material purchasing, after the meeting, you take the initiative to find Yu Dongjin. According to the requirements I just mentioned, fill out one material price declaration form first. When you really understand it, you can fill in the others. Material information required for pricing. Nothing in this world is something that comes naturally. It's all learned while doing the work. Therefore, you should feel free and bold to find people around you to communicate effectively, with the goal of being able to complete the work. Don't be lazy, you know. Material purchasing. Wang Ming replied dissatisfied, I'm not lazy. I don't know which of your eyes saw me being lazy. Zhang Yunqing rolled his eyes at the material purchasing king, suppressed his anger, did not speak, and did not get angry. Seeing this situation, Zhao Manfu was not very happy. After calming down, he said slowly, since I have the fate to work together, we have actually become a family. If you look at the working hours of our project department, most people only go home once every few months. In fact, they regard the project department as their real home. From now on, everyone must be one family and not speak two different languages. We must unite sincerely and work hard to do a good job on the project, create higher value for the company, and strive for more company rewards for the project department. If you are really in good spirits, don't use it for internal consumption, but use it for work. Anyone who has a problem should check it out himself and make improvements in future work. The meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing said to Yu Xingjie, who was purchasing seedlings, print out the seedling price declaration form and gross profit margin analysis form for me to look at. I will discuss it with you and Yu Dongjin after reading it. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, okay, I'll print it out and send it to your office. Zhang Yunqing then arranged for Dongjin, I told you at the meeting to make a sample price declaration together with the material procurement, do it immediately. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay. Wang Ming will go to your office to discuss it. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, replied helplessly, okay. Zhang Yunqing followed Zhao Manfu back to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Zhao, how do you judge the matter of Wang Ming? Zhao Manfu replied, no matter how you judge, you shouldn't quarrel during the meeting. After all, we are still working together and need to do something with him. If the conflict intensifies, wouldn't there be no one to do what he needs to do? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao is right. But, you see, there are barriers in communication between Wang Ming and production manager Su Kun, there are also barriers in communication with Yu Dongjin, and there are even fewer communication barriers with me. I always feel that this person is not quite right. I suggest you pay attention to the background of this person. He only knows how to cause trouble and does not know how to do serious things. We must take down what should be taken down. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble to the project department. Zhao Manfu impatiently issued the eviction order, okay, I understand. Leave me alone. You go about your business. Zhang Yunqing was not very happy and replied, I have said what I should say. As for what to do, it is up to you, Mr. Zhao, to think about it yourself. I am going to deal with the price of the seedlings. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he left Xiao Manfu's office and returned to his own office at the Ministry of Commerce. Zhang Yunqing arranged for Li Xishuan, Shaoli, during this period, in addition to taking the initiative to contact the Madu Yitzai Ding workers to follow up on her to provide us with the review documents of the bid clearance report early. You must also pay attention to cooperating with Yu Dongjin at any time. New job. During this period, the project department has many things that need to be dealt with urgently. If the work cannot be completed in time, you should take the initiative to work overtime. Li Xishuan replied, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, there is nothing else to do in the project department anyway. I have no problem working overtime if I have work matters." Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Just when I returned to my seat, Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, came. Sapling purchaser Yu Xingjie handed the printed document to Zhang Yunqing and said, "Mr. Zhang, this printed version is the version I have discussed with Yu Dongjin. Should you come to me after watching it, or should you watch it together now?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I'd better finish reading it first. After a brief discussion with Yu Dongjin, we will come to you again. The three of us will finally discuss the result we think is appropriate. Try not to arrange any outings for your work today. We may come to you at any time. After discussing it with you, your going out will not affect my anxious appraisal work." Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, replied, "Okay. Then I'll hold off on the matter of picking out the seedlings." Zhang Yunqing asked with concern, "Are you in a hurry to order the seedlings? Will it affect the supply of seedlings for the project because you need to wait for us to discuss the matter?" Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, "No, even if I can't go today, I can go tomorrow. The seedlings shipped this time are planned to be supplied to the site a few days later." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Well, that's good, I'm relieved. If I ask you to do anything in the future that affects the rush to work on the project site, please tell me in time to prevent me from making wrong arrangements and affecting the project. The ministry's work rush progress." Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, "Don't worry, I'm not a fool. If the work arrangements you give me really affect the rush for work, I will definitely tell you as soon as possible and discuss adjustments." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Well, that's good. You go ahead and do your work first. After Dongjin comes back, I will arrange time to discuss with you about your appraisal material declaration form." After the seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie communicated with Zhang Yunqing, he left Zhang Yunbiao's office and returned to his own office to wait for the notification. Time passed by, and Zhang Yunqing patiently and carefully reviewed the application form and gross profit margin analysis document compiled by Yu Xingjie for the purchase of seedlings. Finally Yu Dongjin returned to the office. Zhang Yunqing called Yu Dongjin over and asked, "Have you communicated with the Material King?" Yu Dongjin replied, "I thought it would be done in a few minutes, but it ended up taking a long time." Comrade Wang Ming didn't understand why the form had to be filled out in that way. Almost every column took time to fill in. He explains. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Thank you for your hard work." In addition to filling out the corresponding price subscription declaration form, he also needs to analyze the gross profit margin of the corresponding declaration corresponding to the price of the application materials, just like Miaomu Yu Xingjie did. "Have you told the king about this request?" Yu Dongjin replied, "I told you, but Wang Ming was resistant. He said that this was not his business, he was only responsible for buying the materials." Zhang Yunqing replied, "His idea is not quite right. He is responsible for purchasing materials, but he is also obliged to assist the project department in analyzing the gross profit margin of material prices and making recommended data for the expected reported material prices. The performance appraisal of their material staff is not just about how much material they buy, but also the gross profit margin of the materials they buy. If there are no restrictions, then his gross profit margin is too low, or even a loss. Do you think the company can still pay bonuses to people who buy materials? Yu Dongjin replied, this person is also strange. He came to the company before us, and he also knows the requirements of the material system. I always feel that he is a bit unreasonable and messy.